Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce. I'm your host, Nomad, and I got my trusty over there to my left. Man, listen, wild weather going on in the Chicago area. It's very, very cold, I'm sure, in Canada. But also, while we're late, it's because we had a couple of little technical difficulties and need to be rubbed out. And I'm not even gonna speak to that because I don't want to jinx this thing. And I ask kids not to, but let's keep going. Little quick note. Samo is gonna be here for the mock draft. He's gonna be running a little bit late because his son had a game rescheduled and he's doing that, and so he's gonna be about an hour late to the show. But in the meantime, man, we do have a chef in the building that's waiting to go live here in just a minute. But what do we do around here, man? But I'm gonna pass this ball over to Canada, man. Let's see what's going on with the Canuck here.
Well, we talking weather, and you're talking to me. It's been wild, crazy shit everywhere. I understand the Chicago area is crazy. I understand it's wilding out in Texas. I've seen some people having some fun and some trucks out there in the snow. Crazy. I was on the East Coast this week. I was out in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and it was nice. And the minute I got back to Ottawa, nightmare. So there's that. It's crazy. There's snow everywhere. There's nothing you can do about it except for stay indoors. So that's my plan. I'm watching my neighbors outside with their snow blowers doing the whole thing, and I'm like, you know what? No, I work from home. I work remotely. I can stay inside. I think this is a great plan. So far, the plan has worked out well. I'm cozy. What up, Notch? What up, Crimson? I'm cozy. I have no complaints. I had to turn the heat up a little bit because, it was minus. It was funny. I called my wife from Halifax. I was like, "Hey, baby, I'm coming home." She said, "It's. You don't want to come home here. It might be minus 50 degrees when you get here." I was like, "Say what now?" It wasn't quite minus 50, but it was cold, man. It was like a good minus 40 with wind chill. It was good and cold, like that kind of cold where you step outside and you can feel your breath freezing. You know what I mean? Like that's how cold we talking. It was crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's cold, man. What up, Daniel?
Hey, you know what? Let's get human while we're at it, man, because we don't want to waste too much time. We got a lot of stuff to cover, man. But chilly. Hey, Crimson says chilly on the West Coast, 45. Oh, that's kind of cold for the West Coast. But
I hate you, Crimson. Have I said that recently?
hey,
Damn it.
you know what, man? Let me get my little human story out there. So, in the last show, I told you all. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did tell you guys Sunday. So the van broke down on my girlfriend, man, and it didn't happen far from the house, man. It's far enough I can walk, to get to the car. And so in the last, for a day or so, we had to, for at least 24 hours, just trying to game plan how to go about that. Because right now, as cold as it is, it's not like it's a whole bunch open right now. It's not like a whole bunch of bays are open to be bringing in cars and having cars sitting out there. And so we was going to hit the panic button and just have somebody tow it, bring it to the shop and do all that kind of stuff. But I was just
How'd
like,
you get it to the shop? Did you
well,
drive it?
I'm going to tell you the story real quick. So I was just like, we was breaking it down. Just like, man, I started seeing the symptoms when I got there. I walked all the way up in the freezing cold to her where she was stranded at. And, I heard the car and it had certain symptoms. So at the time, I was so cold. We were so cold. I was just like, fuck this, man. You just come on, we got to go to the house, man. We get you an Uber, whatever, man. We get you a Lyft, whatever, get you to work, and I'll figure this shit out later. So that's what we did. And so the next day I went back up there to see. So I brought my basically a portable jump battery, is what it is, to put that on the car, fully charged it up. And it's so cold, kids. Like, we didn't give that thing enough time to fully get the charge that it needed. And so it's like a couple of minutes. I got the thing on there. Let's start it. And so halfway starts up and then goes dead. I'm like, shit, give it a little more time. So we did that probably about 3-4 times, and it really didn't get a whole lot more better. And so we aborted that mission. And that was me by myself.
That's why.
And I get back home and I warm up a little bit. I go back there and try it again. Same thing. And so another 24 hours. Like, we got to figure out this, man, because tomorrow we're going to have to get that thing out of there. So I go down there and talk to the manager of the place, and I'll just like, hey, just give me 24 hours. I'll get it out of the parking lot. It was like, no problem. Just do what you got to do. And the next day I call my boy Kurt. So Curtis is like one of the neighborhood mechanics, right? And so I'm talking to him on the phone. I was just like, I need your help. He was like, what's going on? And I was just like, I told him what was going on, the symptoms, and he's just like, which vehicle is it? He said, is it the truck? I was just like, you gonna get mad at me? I'm like, nah, man, it's the van. He's like, ah, damn. So Curtis is one of them neighborhood mechanics that likes to work on Chevys, and Chevys only, like old Chevys. He just likes to work on them. He knows those engines intimately, and he can fix any kind of problem you have on a Chevy. So I have an older Chevy pickup truck. So he was hoping that it was that. No, it's the van. He really did not want to go down there. I was just like, Curtis, man, I need you, man, before I had to go spend this money to get this thing fixed. So long story short, he goes, he's got some kind of little contraption. I don't know what they call these little machines and shit. They plug them into one of your fuses or something, and it kind of detects what's going on with your vehicle. It reads it off as to this is what might be your problem, these things here.
I know we need too. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Turns out it's just a battery.
I know. So like, I'm gonna clue you in real quick. I wish you called me. A lot of help I'd be from Canada. But here's the deal. So I have the same type of portable charger that you like that you have. Mine's heavy duty and it's badass. It works like a dream. But sometimes it don't. And when it don't, it's because it's so cold that you need a little bit more oomph. And what you really probably needed was a car on top of that booster.
Did that.
You did it with a car too, booster and car?
No, not booster and car, just the car. We just use
that's what I'm saying. You need to double up, bro.
Man, you trying to blow somebody's car up, man.
I'm not. I'm telling you, I do it all the time. I'm telling you, I'm in the coldest place, like one of the coldest places on earth, next to like
you're right.
the North Pole and shit. But this is how it goes sometimes, man. Sometimes it's just so cold that you can't quite get it to turn over. You put your thing on, you get boosters and jack up that car, and you rev that car a couple of times. The one that's good, you rev it up, and then you try to turn it over, and it usually pops.
I gotta tell you, man. So we did that. So to jump, everything in this community is gonna cost you money. You got neighborhood hitmen running around, like knowing that everybody's having
your car broke down, bro.
Yeah, you got them running around, and I ran into one of them, and it's just so cold. You can't. He's just like, he rolled up and he's like, I ain't gonna charge you too much. And I'm just like, all right, man, whatever that means and shit, man. He didn't even say no numbers. I was just like, man, go and boost this thing up, and boom, it turns over. And instead of just leaving it running and letting it run for a minute and let it get a good charge, we took the cables off and let him bail out.
Oh no, and it dropped.
So we got like probably a foot away from where we were, and them turned off.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not, man.
Oh no, that's brutal.
So yeah, so that happened. That cost me $10. You know what I mean? Didn't get nothing out of it,
What
but
we got is $10 a
a,
pound.
a half a foot. I got half a foot for $10. You know,
Oh, that's too
it was
funny.
bad. So we actually, my girlfriend was just like, the symptoms are pretty simple. She said, I think and I just changed this battery out not even 2 years ago. Just changed it out. And so
that ain't it. It's
it was it. That's all I did was take that battery out, and cold as a dog had to run back and forth 2 or 3 times just to do that.
Are you telling me you took your 2-year-old battery and replaced it?
I did.
And I bet you went home just fine.
Just fine.
Of course you did. Now I'm gonna tell you why you didn't have to replace that battery. All the battery needs. So the way that these batteries work, there's something called an alternator. Like I'm like the furthest fucking thing from a mechanic. Let me preface this whole shit first, right? Like I am no mechanic. I'm a tech. In any event, I've had to go through what you're going through so many times because it's so effing cold in this country, in this part of this country, that it's just regular shit after a while. You just over time you get okay, like these are the 3 things that this can be. It's either the battery or your alternator for the most part. Like those are the 2. Like it can be a couple other things, but it's usually those 2 things. The alternator is just something that keeps going like this. As you continue to drive, it generates a spark and keeps your battery up and charges your battery. That's it. If it's so cold that the alternator can't create a spark to charge the battery, your battery will fully drain. And that's where you were.
What's this gel battery stuff that my man is talking about here? What the hell?
I told you, brother, I'm no mechanic. I don't know. I'm telling you, brother, I couldn't even tell you. What I can tell you is that if you were able to turn it over, if that guy came through, plugged it in, revved you up, and got your car to turn over, your battery was fine. You just needed more juice, enough juice to get the car up. Once the car's up, you need to drive it immediately. You can't sit around and wait. You needed to jump in the car and drive it immediately so the alternator can kick in and start to charge that battery. You need to drive around the block a couple of times. Once you've driven it around the block a couple of times, you get enough juice and you'll be all right.
Lesson learned.
That's it. I could have saved you at least $200.
Bro,
that's brutal.
I just froze my nuts off out there.
He said, fuck it.
It took me an entire day to get unthawed, man. I'm not kidding you, man.
I believe you. I'm saying, I have definitely been here, right? So that's the first thing, man. That's the first thing that happened to my first whip. I had a Jeep Grand Cherokee, 1993, back in the day. My first whip, loved that thing. It was white and gold. It was dope. And then the battery died in the winter, and I didn't know what to do. So same as you, I had to tow that thing, towed it to the shop, got it looked at. As soon as it got to the shop and was in the shop for maybe 5 hours, it was warm enough that I could just drive it home. You know what I mean? And they charged me. They billed me as much as they could for the time. I went home, came back a couple of weeks later, froze up, same thing, towed it back to the shop. And they're like, man, if this keeps happening, we got to change your battery out. So they changed my battery out. Next time they changed the fan belt, and then they changed the alternator. And facts of the matter was, I probably didn't need to change any of those things. It was just bloody cold.
Chef, what the hell are you doing here?
Oh, live and direct.
All right. That means it's time. That means it's time, huh, kids?
I think it's about that time.
All right. You want to go ahead and get him ready? Hey, Chef, give me a thumbs up if you feel ready back there, if you can hear me. I think he's having okay, he's ready.
All right. You ready to rock and roll?
I see you, Crimson, man. I feel you, man. I feel you in a deep way. Trust me. Yeah, we remember you, Ron. What's up, man? Long time no see. Wait, you telling me you can't see his stuff in there?
I don't see it.
Here we go.
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
Oh no.
Oh man. I don't know. It's cold up here, man, and everybody's feeds are a little bit. Chef Trip is in the Chicago area.
It's Ron Winarski.
What up, Ron? What up, Patrick Higgins?
Remember me?
He puts himself in there. Hopefully his feed is good.
Boom, there he is. Your chef.
Hello. Hello,
Nice.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can do both. How you doing, chef?
Welcome to the kitchen of Chez Trips. I'm your owner and proprietor, Chef Trips, or as we are known on some extra sauce on the Wednesday nights on the Nomad Network and on Kansas Canuck and on Sports Chicago Style. I am that MFer in the kitchen.
Just so you know, you're a little bit grainy. You're a little bit grainy, chef, and a little bit delayed, but I think it's trying to catch up. But keep going.
Okay, very well. I will talk. Thank you very much. Okay, now we can for the people that are cold right now, as we heard that riveting story about batteries and alternators around the country, and you may need a warm sustenance that has protein, that has vegetables, and that has carbohydrates, and is very customizable to whatever taste and flavors you may have for your dietary requirements and/or restrictions. So if we can go to the stove camp, please, we will show you that for tonight's program, we are working with. Are we there? Oh, there we are. Okay, go. Do we still have this shot?
Go ahead, kids. I'm producing and I shouldn't be.
Can we see it? There we are. Okay, very well. Now we have on the back burner over here, literally, a pot of water that is simmering that we're gonna boil. But on the front burner, we have our wok. So it's gonna wok your world for this morning's program. And so we will heat up our wok on a medium-high heat. And we're going to hit that with a little bit of the olive oil, just as a coating for the base. And then as that heats up, we have our other ingredients that we will introduce along the ways. But the point I was going to make here, I just forgot. But as this heats up, this will feature some of the ingredients that are known to be loved on the Nomad Network. And stay tuned for those. All right, so now as soon as we get a little sizzle here, we will make sure that the wok is hot, and then we will introduce our chicken. Now our chicken right here, these are breast that I cut in half that way, and then put in a marinade. And while this heats up, if the producer could please show the video, and then I will put the chicken in there, and it will be going while you watch the video on the marinade. Thank you very much.
All right, chef, I got you. Coming up.
Come on, Mr. Producer. Hey, mute your feed, Trips. What happened? You ain't got no volume on it, kids.
Please enjoy this Asian marinade for chicken from the kitchen of Chez Trips. Mince 3 to 5 cloves of garlic, more or less to taste. Add about a tablespoon of ginger, 1 tablespoon of sesame oil, 1 tablespoon of honey, 1 tablespoon of rice vinegar, about a tablespoon of sriracha, a quarter cup of soy sauce. Then give it a really good mix. Then add the chicken piece by piece, coating both of the sides into the marinade. Once all coated, give it a good stir once again, cover, then refrigerate for several hours to overnight. You can either bake it or grill it. Find all of the ingredients and instructions on the Chez Trips page at sportschicagostyle.com. Enjoy!
All right. Let's get that down. There we go.
Now we have our chicken that you saw that was marinated, and we have it in our wok. And we're going to leave it down on this one side here, so it gets a nice sear on that side, and then we will turn it over. The point here is not to fully cook it all the way done and true, but to get a nice sear on the outer sides of both of these sides.
Okay, I'm just interested to see where this
Are
is
you
going.
hearing me? Okay.
Just trying to see where
Do
it's
you
going.
have an idea of where this is going?
A slight one, but I don't want to jump the gun. A slight one. I'm just observing right now. I know it smells good.
The aromas with the sweetness of the honey and the soy sauce and all of the ginger and the garlic, and yes, it does smell incredible. And you can see the sizzle and then the flavor that is dancing up.
Ooh.
And so now make sure the back pot is going, so you're not waiting for that to get hot.
Nice cut on the chicken breast, by the way, chef.
Say again, please.
I said nice cut on the chicken breast. Nice precise cuts. That was nice looking.
Thank you very much. And so now we want to see that nice sear right there.
Oh,
Yeah.
We want to get a little more golden. We want a nice coloring to it. So we'll move it around because we do not want it to burn, and we want it to be somewhat of the even golden around all of these sides.
So, quick question, chef: is that a steel wok? Is that a steel wok or an
Say that again?
Is that a steel wok?
This is, I believe this is a carbon fiber steel.
Nice.
And now we give that a turn.
There you are. There we go. Got a hot side.
And that's why you rotate it around.
This might be the first time I'm watching you cook where I'm not like, damn, I gotta go get myself something to eat. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I quite literally had something very similar today. So I'm just kind of feeling what I cooked and what I was eating and what I made, and I'll clue you into that when you're done.
All right, very good, very good.
Looks great.
And so now we will let that other side go right there, and I will prepare some other things right here. And so now as you can see, You get some char and a little sear all the way around. And that will come in handy later for the layer of the flavor.
Patrick Higgins is surprised that you went with the olive oil.
I was gonna say the same thing. I would have went with a
peanut.
No, I would have went with sesame, just for the whole Asian.
Yeah, that would have been. Yeah, that's too Asian-y.
Oh, brother, the flavor you get out of sesame oil will change your life.
I got it.
Okay.
I use it.
Okay, now that we have some coloration on both of these sides, I'm going to reduce the heat to a medium low and remove the chicken. And we will set this aside for the moment while it rests, and we will address the rest of the dish.
All right. There's some caramelization going on in that pot, though.
Mm-hmm.
So as that is set to the side, now what do we do with all of this flavory goodness? I know.
Vegetables in it. Oh, butter.
And we add butter.
Now you taking it. Now it's in big back status.
And now with that, we have the little butter. We want to move that around a little bit. We want that butter up in there with all of that chicken and the marinade and all of those flavors. And so we are deglaze the pot.
You can make a little candy out of that, because I got a feeling some of that flavoring in there is teriyaki.
Yeah. Well, it is very much.
Oh yeah, you can make a little candy out of that, some brittle candy.
Now we add our vegetables.
Yeah. This is what we call a stir fry.
And now we have our onion, we have our green pepper, and we have our carrots.
So what do you okay, I can't I'm gonna let the chef cook, man. Let the chef cook.
I see that I have piqued your curiosities.
You have.
Now we want to get all of the vegetables coated into all of the buttery goodness. And so all of the sides will be covered. And as the vegetables sweat and soften, the flavors will go all up in there.
So the chef obviously likes a little crunch in his vegetables, because I might have boiled those carrots a little bit first.
So you're like me with that, huh? Like I'm not like I like my vegetables cooked through, bro. You know what I mean? Like it's just me.
Yeah, man. But it's not for everybody, but
I know a lot of people complain about it, love their stuff crunchy. My wife hates it, wants her shit crunchy. But
we have our flame on about a medium heat over our wok, and we need to just keep the water there. That is fine. As long as it stays warm, we will need it a little bit. And so now we got a nice little what do you call that? The sizzle going on the wok. So we will let that sizzle for a little bit.
Man, it's making me
and now that that's there, into these vegetables, we will add a little bit of the, where am I looking for? Over here. Somebody mentioned earlier something about the sesame seed oil.
That was this guy.
So we want to do a teaspoon of that.
You know what? And I got some chicken kebabs in there too, man.
All right. So now that those are in there.
Yeah, man.
And then also we want to add some of the Chinese spice powder.
Chinese spice powder.
The 5 spice powder.
5 spice.
I wonder what that shit
and
is.
Those spices, I will tell you in a moment. You want to get a nice covering. There we go. Those spices include are the cinnamon, the anise seed, cloves, ginger, and fennel seed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
That
then we
fennel,
put that away.
fennel's gonna stamp it up.
That's as Asian as it comes.
And then we want to also add a few
Ancient
flakes of the
Chinese.
crushed red peppers.
Oh, that's toilet action right there. That was
Oh,
just a little,
you're so scared. Don't be scared now.
it's toilet bomb shit right there.
Sheesh.
Then we
I
give
get
that a
nervous.
mix. And we want to get all of those flavors, all of those vegetables.
That red pepper is gonna whoop your hind part, chef.
Oh, it will be fine because I want light. Only a few flakes will do. If you want more, you can have more, but you want to add very little in the beginning because you don't want to have it too hot from the beginning.
Patrick
And
Higgins.
so those sweat out.
So Patrick Higgins just asked me, Nomad, have you ever had bibimbap? I
I don't
have
know what that is.
absolutely never heard of that.
What's her
What is
name?
it?
That is a nickname for a lady that we used to know that lived around the way. She was very full-figured, and it was not a complimentary nickname, but that's what she was known as, the Big Backs.
Patrick, you walk right into that one, bro. Oh, snap.
Man, I'm gonna have to go get this damn chicken kebabs, man. He keeping this up.
Okay, now we did not salt anything as of yet, but we do want to add just a little bit.
Oh, I was gonna say, you could have soyed this mother.
No,
Settle down, settle down.
Okay,
See,
all
soy
right.
sauce might be proper.
That's what I'm saying. I would do two.
So right
things.
now, as these are sweated out a little bit more, they are not as crunchy, but as there are still more cooking to do, we will push these to the side.
Hey, chef, since you already added the salt, don't do the soy.
Well, we do have soy that is salt-free as well.
Oh, okay. In that case,
And so now, into here, we have the minced ginger and garlic.
ooh, that's a lot of ginger.
Nice.
That's a lot of ginger. Boy, you gonna grow new hair on parts of your body you didn't know you needed it.
And we're going to use all of the juices that are still in there from the butter and all of the other juices.
Ginger.
And we want to let that just go right there for a few minutes. We don't want it to burn. So we want to, if you could smell what I smell. So now that we get that aroma going, we want to mix it in to all of the vegetables.
So, Chef Kevsir, shout out for coming up in here. Welcome in. He said, "What are you cooking, sir?"
I am cooking something very delectable. One moment, sir. One moment. Because the next ingredient, this is the sardines from the Louisiana hot sauce. But you can use regular sardines, or you can use anchovies, or you can skip this step. But we want to throw those little fishies in there. And that's all. Wait, one more. You get in there, little fishy. You get in there. And you little fishies, wait your turn.
That's where you lost.
So now that the little fishies are in there, we want to give those a little chop.
I'm thinking the same damn thing, man.
That's where you lost me.
Yeah.
All right, you could just got anchovies, man.
Because the sardines are more accessible than the anchovies, and they are not as salty as the anchovies. So that's why I did not add too much salt earlier, because of the sardines for the saltiness of them. So now we add the next layer of flavor into the vegetables with the sardines. And so now we have many different layers of flavor.
Chef, and you got the hot sauce ones on top of that.
Paul falls out. He said, "Fuck it." Oh, snap. Patrick. No, just add the fish sauce. Patrick says.
Okay, so now that we have that in there, and all of the juices have cooked out, we know it is time now to add our next ingredient, which is the everybody's favorite. Everybody needs it. Everybody loves it. We will add 6 cups of water. Now, in this stage, you can use chicken broth, chicken bouillon, or beef broth, or vegetable broth, or any of the flavored broths. But right now, I am going to utilize the water. But now, to the water and the broth, we will be adding some of this, which is, as soon as I open the damn jar. One
Chef,
moment, please.
I'm afraid to tell you, but no matter what kind of broth you put in here at this point, it's sardine soup now. It is sardine
There we
soup.
go. Okay, so now we will add our better than bouillon. So this will flavor the water instead of the broth.
Man,
And so now, better than bouillon. This is the roasted, seasoned roasted chicken flavor.
We have strayed into uncharted territory.
And then now, next, we will add, get that out of the way. Speaking of the fish sauce, we will add some fish sauce.
Oh, now we don't do that too?
A little bit of there, not too much, because a little bit will do you.
You already went to heaven, now you shit.
That is a very nasty smell. Indeed. Now, indeed, we will add a little oyster sauce.
Oh no.
Now you're talking. Hoisin needs to be in it.
Man, this is a fish stew, man.
You gotta have the hoisin though. Hoisin has to be.
This is a fish stew that the chicken is just he's just a little side dish to this.
I would have lived without the sardines. I gotta admit. The rest, everything
And
else.
now we will add the hoisin sauce.
Yeah.
Oh, yo, we doing that too?
Oh, you gotta put the hoisin in. I just told you. And if you got huge balls, you add a little sriracha.
Well, as we are still acting, we will add a splash of this Worcestershire sauce.
It's gonna be
Just
all
about there.
breaking loose in your stomach, Chef.
We add that in there. And then we will now add, what was that about huge balls?
I said your stomach, it's gonna be all hell breaking loose in your stomach.
We're gonna let that little sriracha in there.
There you go. That's it. Now you got it.
And then also, we want to add a few splashes of the red hot.
Damn. Yeah,
you might want to go and cut up some hot dogs and put it in.
That's gonna fly out of your ass.
You might as well cut up some hot dogs.
Like
And then now our next layer of vegetable to absorb all of the liquid while it simmers are the mushrooms.
What else you got? Somebody said.
What else we got are the rest of our fishies.
Oh.
Andy Banks.
So get them there, little fishies.
He came and he says, "What the huge balls?"
And so now we will give all of this a mix.
He said Crimson said you making some goddamn fertilizer.
And now, do we have understanding of what we are making?
No, hell no, I ain't got no understanding whatsoever.
I thought this was a stir fry. I'm a little worried.
I have no understanding whatsoever.
If it was me, I would put some noodles in that water.
And then now we will need we will add the star of anise. This is not edible, but it is like a bay leaf with the flavor.
What is that?
Star of anise.
Oh man.
Okay.
They look like these little things.
The whole shit look like a
I've never
stomach ache.
seen that before.
This is a stomach ache.
What kind of
Yes,
flavor
this
is it?
is kind of sweet, kind of licoricey, like black
Okay.
licorice smelling, kind of.
Somebody in the chat said it's Mary, Mary, Mary,
We was wrong. Marijuana.
Mary Jane, Mary.
I don't think you
So
got to plant marijuana. I don't think you can cook it.
Oh,
so now
I guess you
that
could.
we have all of these together, we can now prepare our chicken by slicing it into more manageable sizes.
and you might as well throw that shit on in there. You might as well throw that shit on in there. You ain't that shit gonna eat it all up, man. It's gonna break it up by itself.
Man, Paul Rodriguez. Somewhere there's a grocery store with their missing their entire spice rack. Oh snap!
Well, this has many different layers of flavor, as you see. As you do not add them all at the same time, that they cook into each other and then they add to each other. And so now we have the vegetables that have their own flavors. We have the chicken that has its own flavor, and then we have the broth, which has its own flavors. And with all of the combination, they are very complementary of each other. And so now we have I almost forgot another ingredient that is sitting here to the side, which is not a replacement for the hoisin sauce, but just a little bit of the
Hold on, man. Chef,
honey.
that can't take no more ingredients, man.
What are you putting in there? Honey?
Honey.
Okay.
Holy shit. What
As soon as here we come. Not too much. Just a little boop, boop, and a little boop, boop. There we go. That is enough.
What in the whole hell? This is good for somebody somewhere, but I don't know about humans.
And so now that we get all of that in there, waste not once more. We put those away, and then we give it another stir. And so now we have all of the vegetables, we have the proteins, and all of the flavors that will be all over the flavor palette of the tongue, from the savory to the sweet, to the spicy, to the hot, to the bitter. So we have a little dust. And I almost forgot, we need a couple of splashes of the soy sauce. There we go.
You got some ramen noodles? I will throw some.
Well, what we will do, the noodles, like if you have the ramen noodles, the little thin ones from the packages, you could utilize those. You could utilize the rice noodles that are longer, but for what we will be doing, we will be utilizing the spaghettis, and we're going to use the whole wheat spaghettis. And so we're going to prepare them al dente and the back burners, so that they are not fully cooked, but they will finish cooking in the broth. So they will be added to there as well as that will be boiling in a second, as it should have already been. But also we need to bring out another ingredient. Oh, there it is. When we make our final, we will be adding spinach to the bowls, and so we will make a space in here. We will add the pasta and a few noodles, and the pasta will finish cooking in the broth, and the noodles will wilt, and that will be one serving. So we're not putting the spinach in all of it, and we're not putting the pasta in all of it. But we are preparing the pasta to the point that if you want to reheat it, when you put it back in there, it is almost done. And then you can add the the baby spinaches at will, and they will wilt very quickly.
Hold on, chef. I mean, open up that refrigerator drawer at the bottom, man. You might find some bean cherries back there from earlier in the summer or something. Throw them in there.
Some who?
Some bean cherries or something. You put everything else in there.
Well, if I had some of the boo-boo cherries, I would.
Buddy gives us man some milk. Oh my God.
What the whole?
All right, he gets in there. All right, so that is all in there now, and that is in there. Oh, and over here. Now we will recombine as we bring the broth up to a boil and let all of the flavors marry up with their own unique personalities as well as their own flavor profiles. And so the last one right here, that I cut right here, we put these into smaller chunks that we seared earlier. And then we can reintroduce our chicken.
Oh Lord, man, you might have to get a skimmer or something to get some of that moss off the top of it.
Oh my God, the chat is killing me though. Y'all too much, man.
Oh
killing me.
Man. This is an adventure right here.
And so now the chicken, if that's why we did not have to worry about cooking it all the way earlier, because it is going into our broth and it is going to boil and finish cooking in here.
Man, I hope nothing else is in that refrigerator. Nothing. Don't put no milk and no shit in there, man. Don't do that.
So he got something to drink in there.
You might got some old eggnog from a few weeks ago.
No, we are good now. And so now we bring that up to temperature and we let it sizzle a little bit. And we have all of the ingredients that are going in are in.
Andy Banks, bro. Too much.
What are some of the comments? I am curious to hear them.
I'm not sure if you want to know.
No, you don't want to know. No, you don't. Keep cooking.
They're better for the reading than the regurgitating. If you follow. I use that word for a specific reason. Wow. Sheesh.
You don't want to know what they talk about.
Mm-hmm. Well, they do not understand the flavor that is about to happen.
We're trying to figure it out too. I don't know how to say that name, but we trying to figure it out too. But I got an idea. It looks like he's making some very unique ramen noodles.
You pissed off Crimson though. I'll tell you that. Crimson's mad because you broke the pasta. I break the pasta.
What's wrong with breaking your pasta? I do that.
That's like an Italian thing. They don't break the pasta.
Oh, okay.
Well, one of the things it is you can keep the pastas, but the using the spaghettis instead of the ramen noodles, the spaghettis will be very, very long for the bowls. So it would not be the same. So we are not using the spaghettis as spaghettis, but in place of the ramens. So they are impersonating themselves by being shorter.
Man.
But if you do have ramen noodles or you do have rice noodles, those are what the original, the classic recipes would use, because as this ramen or this pho or whatever you want to call it is a Asian inspired dish from over there where they call it the ramen or the pho. And this is an Americanized take on it with the various different ingredients, but with the similar flavors. But over here, you will not find any fish heads floating around.
Okay, I didn't know they called it pho.
Just the bodies.
I thought they called it pho.
So they
Fa,
don't.
fo, fi, fum.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. It's called fa. I don't pronounce it fa. I pronounce it fo all the time. So it is what it is. But yes, I would have used vermicelli on this for sure. Reason being, it would be cooked already. Vermicelli takes like 45 seconds to cook. Just dunk it in hot boiling water. Boom. Bless it.
Well,
Bless
but the thing is, you want this to simmer, because the simmering is where the flavors come together. So we don't want the spaghettis to be done, or to be done in a hurry. We just need them to the point where they are more bendy and more flexible, where they are almost done, but not quite. And then we will finish them in there.
I got a quick question from the chat.
Yes.
I.e. me. You're not having guests, are you?
I don't think so.
Oh,
Unless I'm to get lucky from the live video here, and some young sexy thing says, "Hey chef, that fa, fo, fi, fum. I have a house you could blow down. Come on in."
She might really blow down your house.
Thank God. Only
if
one
she
person.
eats any of that.
Only one person has to die eating this.
I'm not saying. Somebody's house is definitely getting
And so now let's do a little taste test to see how all of the broth is coming together.
Man, this might be a prison meal, man.
So what I can tell you is, I guarantee you,
that is delicious.
I guarantee you it's delicious.
And once it comes together, it will be beautiful, because it has a obvious a tint of a fishiness, but is not a overpowered fishiness, because there are so many other flavors in there. But it is a dish that will be reminiscent of the Far East and other places from over by there, with common ingredients that most people have in their pantries and or refrigerators, and maybe just a few different exotic spices that you are not used to, but you can find for a few bucks on the interwebs, or in a local ethnic store. Because I found the star of anise in a supermercado, and that is for the Hispanics, kids.
Oh, okay.
You know, sardines are strictly for your doomsday survival, cabinet, right?
But they are also delicious on crackers. They are good with potato chips.
You're not supposed to eat them.
Well, they are meant. You can use them for that, but that is not their only purpose. And so now we will drain the noodles, because they are not all the way done, but they are done enough that we will utilize them for our broth.
You know what, Crimson? My mother doesn't break her noodles. My aunt doesn't break her noodles. I break my noodles.
That's hilarious. You've offended the Italian. Italians everywhere are angry.
I was raised better. That's all I'm trying to say. I was raised.
Well,
better.
I understand that culturally and traditionally, the Italians do not break their pastas, but the pastas right now are being utilized for an Asian dish, and as you can see, the spaghettis that are still in the pot, they are about the length of the ramen noodles. So this is what the spaghettis are standing in for.
Andy Banks is a Mexican. He says he's offended too.
Say that again, please.
I'm sorry. Andy Banks says I'm Mexican and he offended me. Oh,
And
snap.
so we just used no salt or no oil when we boiled the spaghettis. But now we will give it a little toss in the oils, as they are still not all the way done, but they are flexible and pliable. And so now we give these a toss so that they do not stick together. And now they are ready to be finished cooking in our broth.
Holy
So
crap, man.
those are tossed nicely there. So now,
There are so many omens in that pot, I don't even know where to start. That's the
look at
devil.
the little fishy.
That's the devil. That's not a fish.
Mm. And if you are opposed to knowing that these sardines are in there, just mush them up. But the different layers, some were sautés with the vegetables, and those have their flavor with the vegetables. And then the others that were just in the broth have their own broth
Hey,
flavor.
Andy, pay no attention to that comment. That's not those comments ain't welcome here, man.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry about it. Andy knows what I'm talking about. Pay no attention to that. You don't need to respond to it, bro.
And then we mush up the little pieces of the fishies, so now you don't even know what they are. So all you can see in the broth are the celery, the carrots, a little bit of the onions, mushrooms, and the chicken. And then remember, you don't eat that. That's just for flavor. But everything else is just broth. And then we let that simmer. And then now that it is almost done, we will bring out the bowl. And so you know the amount of serving that you have per bowl. You put that in there. You put that in there. You want that about that many noodles. And then we put that right into there. And then we let that simmer in there. And then while that's in there, we open these. And then we put a few of the baby spinaches into there. And they will wilt directly.
This is really Vietnamese, isn't it?
It is. The Vietnamese, Asian, Filipino, all of those cultures over there. These are very flavors from that region.
That was.
And so now that is, let that simmer.
That was me, Rehab. That was Nomad. That's it. But hey, it's all good. It's all good, man.
Okay. Now that is all together, everything is done. And now as that simmers and the leaves of the baby spinaches, they wilt. Just that reminds me that we have to prepare our add-ons right now over here, because there. Now, are there any questions or comments?
And it's supposed to be like some bok choy or some shit.
Or spinach instead of bok choy. I'm with you though, no man. Yeah, bok choy probably would have been the better. It's the more Asian selection if we're talking about a green leafy vegetable. You know what I mean? But whatever.
Patrick Higgins.
Well, it is, but the bok choy is not as available.
Fair.
Hey, Patrick Higgins says, "Crushed peanuts, please."
I would have to agree with you, Patrick.
That's wild to me.
I'd have to agree.
All right. So now, as that is prepared, if you cannot hear, I am peeling the egg for the hard-boiled eggs. Over here. There we go.
Wait a minute, man. Hold on.
So now we have a couple of eggs. Oh, and did you say the peanuts? So these will be the toppings as well.
Did you hard boil those eggs?
Right.
These eggs are hard boiled. Yes.
Okay.
They're supposed to soak in there for like hours.
They would be good soaked, but you can do it either way. It's just protein.
The eggs are usually customized to the bowl, to the individual, and then the juice that the broth that is in here will absorb into the egg, into the final product of the bowl, and then you top it with the peanuts. And so now we see that
Andy, I had to check, brother. I had to check though, man. You know what I'm saying? I had to check.
And now we see our noodles that are our spaghettis, but they would be ramen noodles are done. So we can turn the heat off, and then now we can serve a bowl as everything is done. And so we will get a little scoop over here. No, I want to, I cannot reach that one, so I will use this one. So we get our pastas. And we will take that out. That is not edible. And then you can know that, get a few pieces of chicken. And then for anything that you miss, that you know that the greens are yours. So if you are preparing for more than one person, you know that these are yours. They can stay in there. That is not going to hurt anything. But just because.
Kid, you want to read that to him?
Wow, so I can mispronounce this thing? Chef Trip, do bibimbap next time for Keds and Nomad. They'll be shocked. Imagine I pronounce the hell out of that. I deserve a Barry Horowitz pat on the back for that pronunciation.
Now, say that one more time, please. Do a what?
A Barry Horowitz pat on the back. Sorry. Chef Trips, do bibimbap next time for Keds and Nomad. They'll be shocked.
Bibimbap. What is bibimbap?
It's Korean.
It was that fat lady from around the way you were saying?
Oh, that was her cousin.
Oh, okay.
It's very Korean from what Patrick said. It's Korean delicacy.
That might be a little difficult because time that you get into the delicacies, those are hard. But this is the star anise, so we take that out like we take the bay leaf out.
Quick question: What is that? What kind of flavor does that bring? Is it just totally unique that you couldn't explain it? But explain.
It is kind of the star anise. It is kind of sweet, and it really black licorice. You know how black licorice smells and kind of tastes? It's similar to that.
Oh, I don't want. That's
okay. And now it's similar but not the same. And so now that we have our bowl, we have our eggs, we have our green, we have our noodles, we will add some top with the chopped peanuts as requested. So now, yes.
If y'all get the chance to check out this bibimbap that Patrick Higgins is talking about, it looked almost identical to what you got in this bowl. Like it looked very similar, bro. Yeah. Super similar. If you take a look, I'll have to show you a little bit later. But straight up though, I don't know, like barring the sardines, I mean, it looks delicious.
All right, let's highlight.
And I can tell you that that it is delicious. You do not taste the sardines per se, but you do taste as like is there some kind of fish in here? It makes you ask that because we do have these sardines and we have the fish sauce and we have the oyster sauce as well. So it has no other choice but to have that flavor.
I will say this, man, as disturbed as I am watching this thing being made, I am truly disturbed watching this. No lie. But
and then this is the chicken.
The hot broth with all of the spices in it is truly almost hot toddy-ish. As far as
that'll
food,
fix you up if you're talking
Yeah.
about like you got sinuses.
yeah, red pepper, all that good shit. Oh man,
Well, the sriracha, the red
Sriracha?
pepper, and the Frank's hot sauce.
If you got
Man.
sinuses in this weather, y'all.
But
Chef
this
Chris
is very warm, very filling. Now you see how the chicken just came apart. Very nice and white and tender on the inside with the sear on the outside. But because it is in the broth, it is soft because it is wet. It is saturated, but it is still firm. It is not stringy, and it is a good bite. The wilted bok choy stand-in of the baby spinach is very right there, and then the other stand-in for the sardines of the anchovies are in there, and then there was another stand-in that we have here, but I don't remember offhand what it is right now. But as the egg goes in here, why you put it in the individual bowl is because as the juice is absorbed into the yolk, the bowl will take on that yellow color. So as it's eating, this will dissolve more, and so you will have this color in your bowl. So you don't want that in your whole pot because everybody does not want that, but we keep the egg into our individual bowls.
Chef, I got a good question for you. How long is it going to take you to consume this pot, or do you project that this pot might have to go to nature?
No, well, the thing is that while there are, I believe there were 3 chicken breasts, there's not a lot to it. So it will go right through you, and so it is filling for the moment, and it will warm you up if you are cold because it is very warm on the inside, and it will sweat you out when all the peppers kick in. That is not a bad sweat, but it will raise your body temperature a little bit and have you a little perspiration on the head. But it is not very filling. So you can eat multiple bowls and it will go fast.
You pound that bowl down and you'll realize that's gonna sit there for a day. Like this is the type of shit that I do all the time, minus a couple of things. So I'm not a mushroom guy, and True Pilgrim saying the same thing. I would duck the mushrooms. You won't catch me near sardines. That's just me. I'll eat every other fish for the most part, but sardines, you got me. But the rest of this dish is pretty much just a quick. You can bang this out. You know what I mean? You got stuff in your
half hour.
Yeah,
and
man.
you see that the carrots are fork tender, so there is no crunch.
Uh-huh.
So all of the vegetables have soaked into the broth.
Yeah, Scrolls Negro Caribbean fusion. You should be down. You all about that Negro Caribbean fusion. That's a joke. But I mean, like, yeah, like this is the type of stuff that I bang out all the time. I'll be straight up. But like I say, I use vermicelli noodles because I just bless them at the back end of cooking the broth. Boom, drop them in 45 seconds. They're ready. Throw that into your broth, and you are eating. The other reason why there's 2 other reasons why I like the vermicelli, because it's low starch, not a lot of starch. You get more starch with spaghetti noodles, and they're thin. Like that's you can put a whole bunch of them in the pot, and away you go. But that's
yes, that is a very good idea.
Yeah,
because what the Kez is describing, he is customizing the dish to his dietary requirements, to his taste requirements, and to the foods that he has available to him. So you substitute where you have to substitute. You leave out where you have to leave out. So if you just are so against the sardines or any other of the ingredients, just leave that ingredient out and then substitute it, or just leave it out altogether, because there is enough of a party that one monkey won't stop the circus.
Somebody might have found that offensive, but not this monkey.
All I can tell you is your very next potluck you have at your job, and you don't like your job and you're aiming to get fired,
if you hate everybody where you work.
You know what is very interesting is the broth has its own flavor, but when you take a taste, when it's in the egg yolk, that just adds a whole nother dimension.
Lord.
Because it has the egg yolky flavor with all of this other stuff, and it is delicious.
How about this, man? Let's bring this on home, man, because
before we do, though, I just have to say the chat was awesome. The chat kept me going this whole thing through this whole segment. New folks in the chat, all y'all over at Keswick Canuck, you guys are awesome. Big ups to Rahad and Geometric Unity and Andy Banks. Big up to all you guys because you guys fucking killed me. I swear, man. Kevs are killing me, man.
Patrick, as crazy as it sounds, I can see thinking of all the ingredients that he put in here. Just the broth now. Just the broth. You sift out all that other stuff that's in there and just take that broth, and that broth can probably have some kind of quality to it with all the stuff in it. I'm just saying, man.
It is. That's what it is, though. No matter what he's created is a powerful broth that probably has mad flavor. Like I say, I would mix things up a little bit. I'm the type of guy who would just go to the grocery store and buy a frozen bag of California or Asian inspired vegetables. Dump those guys in there and we're off to the races with the rest of the stuff. But yeah, man, I do this like this is me on a weekend where there's a lot of shit in my refrigerator that I kind of want to get rid of. That's like early Saturday morning. I'll make a little soup and power that baby down.
Oh yeah, hey kids.
Yeah, put some shrimp in there.
Hey kids, all I know is
okay.
For all the people out there that's sick and tired of their fucking job, this is your cheat code to get out of that. You want to collect some unemployment for a little bit and just want to sit down? Here's your cheat code right here. Take this shit to your potluck dinner.
Yeah, if you want to get fired, this is a great way to do it. I have many better ways though. If feel free to inquire later on.
I might have to look you
up. Anybody knows how to get fired. Just messing around. All right.
You do some producing here, man. You do some producing.
Okay, moving on. Chef, we'll bring you back on the stage. We'll bring you back on
the stage. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Well, what happens is if you work someplace that has the international flavor or people from other cultures, somebody might make this and it's just a stew. The same way you would make chili. It's just, what is this? This is chili. And it's like, well, what is this? This is fish stew. It's just different cultures have different flavors. And they utilize the ingredients and the spices that they have available. So this is something different, but it is delicious and it will be beautiful if you try it. So don't be afraid of different flavors, or as Triple R would say, don't be afraid. So we will hope that the people in the No Maniacs in the chat try it for yourself. And for the Paul or whoever suggested the Korean dish, they are familiar with this type of the foods, and they can tell you that this is kind of an authentic dish for over there. And as the Red Baron said, it is kind of a fusion with the ghetto-fied Asians. So however you make it, it is good. It is medicinal. It is healthy. It is quick. It is flavorful, and it is something different to jazz up the same ingredients that you don't want to have all of the time. Now, before I get out of here, are there any other questions and/or comments from the No Maniacs?
No, I think you've answered all the questions known that mankind would have to ask in that pot right there. You've answered them all. We now know the secret to life or death right here in this pot.
Or both. Yes, I agree. Both.
It is all in there.
We should just keep.
And it is not. It is not. I will tell you this: that it is not hot. It is not spicy. For all of the red pepper, for the sriracha, for the red hot sauce, it is not hot like that. It is a little on your tongue, like a little hot sauce on the saucy on the back of the tongue, but it is not obtrusive, and you do not notice. And so the way that it is all, you allow it to simmer, that all of the flavors are complementary of each other. And so nothing is overpowering of each other. So you can taste the hot sauce, but not too much. You can taste a little bit of the fish, but not too much. You can taste the ginger, but not too much. You can taste the garlic, but not too much. And on and on. So give it a try and see how it turned out. And then please let me know in the comments.
All right, Chef. I'll tell you what. One or two things is going to happen. All of mankind will love you for this, or they will hate you. Are you prepared for the reaction?
Well, I'm always prepared for any of the smoke, but I'm always prepared for the loving.
All right.
So be sure you are subscribed to my channel. Now that the Bears season is over, congratulations to the Bears and to Ben Johnson and his first season as the head coach and all of the team. But now the line for the editing for the Sports Chicago Style family and umbrella, we can get more of my video recipes out. So yes, we still have the Shea Trips page at Sports Chicago Style that has all of the ingredients and the instructions for all of the video recipes that we had there on the channel at Sports Chicago Style. But now, as I spread my wings and fly away to the place that I long for, kids, I have my own channel, which you subscribe to at Chef Trips. And I will have other recipes there going forward. So please do subscribe there, and then look forward to seeing us live together again the last Wednesday of every month on some extra sauce with a MFer in the kitchen. And I am that MFer, Chef Trips. So until next time, bye.
We love you, Chef, man. We appreciate you.
See you later, Chef. He's the best, isn't he?
Oh,
good
man.
Lord above me.
That was fun. That was actually fun.
That was good fun, man. I haven't had this kind of fun watching somebody else cook food my entire life.
Watch.
That just killed me. I had to put myself on mute. That one got me, man. Crimson. Quit pasta watching, Crimson. That's classic. Oh snap! Take a minute. That's good fun, man. That was hey man.
True Pilgrim says, who are those sexy ladies?
You don't know about Bertha now?
You can find them at any truck stop anywhere in the continental United States, brother. Anywhere.
Oh, jeez.
You too can have Chef Trips lady.
Wow.
But
damn.
Man, what a damn ride that was, man.
That was crazy.
I wasn't ready for that.
I was a little ready. I thought he was just gonna, I thought he was just gonna whip up a stir fry, which would have also been dope. But this was a whole other thing. Hey, don't you be calling Bertha a lot lizard now. What's wrong with you? But
that's the one he really likes.
Oh man, yeah, that was great footage, and you only find shit like that on Sports Chicago Style, Kansas Canuck, and right here on the Nomad Network. Glad you guys tuned in. Glad you enjoyed the comments as well. Most of y'all are still in shock. I hope that the shock has died down a little bit. But between me, you, and the wall, I can. Chef's ass kid. I guarantee you that I guarantee you that tastes delicious, and that's all I can tell you. Guarantee it.
Kaz, all that shit made me do is want to drink That's really where I'm at right now. I really want to drink after that shit, man. So let's talk
You
about
were hungry a minute ago, but now we're right in the booze. Let's
man,
go. Let's
I
go.
really need something to drink right now. Really, really
All right.
bad.
What are we drinking?
So I brought this up before on the show, but I don't know that I gave it enough oomph when I was talking about it. And I really want to try to encourage you more than anybody else, man, because I'm not sure if they have this brand in
No, I've never seen this.
I need you to search this, man.
Yeah.
If you can appreciate a good whiskey, if you can appreciate a really, really smooth, fine whiskey, this is absolutely the best whiskey I've ever put down my gullet.
Word?
Really. I mean, it is so smooth. And it don't hurt you that bad in the pocket. Now, I mean, you talking about $70 or something like that. That hurts a little bit, but you know, you talking about quality. There's very rarely a whiskey that I can sip and don't really feel like I need a chaser. Because I don't think I need a chaser drinking this. I can sip this very lightly, very slowly, and it's not going to cause an upchuck. That's what the strength of whiskey does that to me. This is some really, really, really good stuff, man. And I just want you to try it at least once and tell me what you think of it. But man, this is some really good stuff, man.
Okay, wait now. I think they have it here. I'm doing some old some
Checking
Googling.
it out.
Yeah, I'm doing some Googling and just taking a peek. It looks like they do sell it here. Good old I kind of prefer Irish whiskey, you know what I mean? Like I kind of do prefer it. Saying it has sort of an appley / raisiny flavor to it. I'm gonna have to because I'm a sucker for apples. It's $100 here in Canada, which is about right. I'm gonna have to test this out. They're giving it a 5-star rating out here. That's wild. That's crazy.
Man, I'm telling you, bro. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I'm this big time whiskey connoisseur, but I've had enough whiskey, I've had enough bourbon, I've had enough scotch, I've had the Irish whiskey, I've had the German whiskey, I've had the Germans have some decent whiskey.
I've never had no German whiskey before.
There's German whiskey out there, Japanese whiskey, which I haven't tasted. Now I'm just telling you, the ones that I like are notably Irish for whatever reason. I do like Irish whiskey. I really do, but I am telling you, this shit is butter smooth. Butter smooth. And if you not like me and my girl ran through a bottle of this so freaking fast, and she's not a drinker, and I'm not no big time drinker. You know, I do it on these shows, but this is some good stuff, man. I'm telling you, no maniacs. Go to your local store, liquor store, and find out if they carry this and try it and come back and let me know what you thought of it. Tell me if you think I'm overdoing it, if I'm laying it on thick, whatever you want to tell me. But I'm telling you right now, this is probably the best whiskey I've ever tasted.
Crazy. I like Glenfiddich personally. I think Glenfiddich is mine. That's my go-to. I was at the bar this week and I went and ordered some Glenfiddich and they were clean out. So the waitress was like, "Well, I got you the next best thing that we have. Here you go." And on the rocks, she put it down for me. And I took one sip of it and I looked at the waitress and I was like, "Oh shit, this is Lafroig. I hate this." And she was like, "What? How did you know?" I was like, I know my whiskey. And she turned around, gave it to me for free, and then I ordered 2 more. Now I don't actually. Lafroig is like a very acquired taste. I say it's like licking. It tastes like you lick the leather jacket. That's what I compare it to, which is like the weirdest thing. But it's sort of like it tastes like you licked. You ever accidentally lick leather?
It smells like it tastes.
It tastes like that. That's what it tastes like. You know what I mean? Like that's what Lafroig. It's sort of got a smoky. smoky, leathery flavor to it, man. But it's on the rocks, it's all right. I don't mind it on the rocks. So, like I said, I crushed a little bit of that. I'm gonna have to try this Redbreast and test this out. It seems to like it gets good reviews here, man. It certainly does for what it's worth. I'll spend the extra $20 and get me some of that and test it out.
I have to say this to you, kid. This is some man-to-man stuff, some mature male, which I've gradually come into kind of thing. Like, and I'm not just talking about males, I'm talking about females or anybody that lives in this part of the world. Like the region you live in, the region I live in, is pretty much all connected, right? The rat race that we all have to deal with every day. I'm talking about having to deal with what you have to do for a living. Whatever that space takes up in your mind, it takes up in your mind. Whatever it takes up in your spirit, mentally, physically, spiritually, your day-to-day life takes up a certain something in you. In one day, you only get 24 hours in a day. How much of what you do in a day really takes up space within you? You know what I mean? And, at times, maybe more often than not, you need something to smooth that out so that you can cope. And I'm telling you, a glass of fine whiskey, some kind of smoke, whether it's a cigar, whatever it is something is almost medicinal to your day-to-day life. And I would encourage anybody that don't let nobody tell you that, okay, drinking is a this or that. Dog, if you get up and you earn your shit from day to day, week to week, enjoy the finer things in life. This would be one of them. Enjoy this stuff.
I'm in full agreement with you. At the same time, I'd like not to create any further alcoholics out there. So those of you who don't partake. But I will say, a couple shots of whiskey never killed anybody, man. It's good stuff. So, enjoy. Do what you can. Enjoy with a cigar. I'm not a big cigar guy, mainly because I've, try not to smoke. Just recently quit smoking cigarettes, and I'm slightly back on it. Really, more recently than that, quit other things. So, you know what I mean? So,
hey,
whiskey's good.
Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. This is just changing up your.
It is a good adult after work,
Yeah.
sit down and just cool out for a little bit thing, and I cannot discourage it at all. Everybody needs that.
It helps you change up your programming, man.
Yeah, everybody needs that hour to just reset. Personally, for me, how I used to reset, which is completely non-alcohol related, is on the drive home, man. I used to just get into the zone, man. Listen to my tracks, listen to whatever tracks I got, and jam the F out, and then get home and forget I was ever even at work. Because earlier on in my work world, I'd bring the whole, what this client did today is so stupid, this client, and I'd bring it home and tell the wife, and she doesn't care. She doesn't have nothing to do with her. You know what I mean? So I avoid doing all of that. I try to get back into actual life and forget all the bullshit that happened at the office. Hey. It's harder now because I work remotely. Now the home is the office.
Hey, look at what Crimson's saying, and I think he just
moderation is the key, sir. You're damn straight.
Hit the bullseye. If you are the type of person that can keep things in moderation, like my godmother always says, enjoy the libation. Enjoy the libation. And that's what it's there for. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Well, we got another one. We got another one coming up right now.
What else you got?
Got another one. Something else that we spoke about on here, but it requires a little bit more conversation. And that is Uncle Nearest whiskey. This is what it looks like. This is so
you brought up Uncle Nearest the last time we talked. Let me look this up now.
So you go after this. Kids. Make sure you get the 1856.
Okay, that's what they're touting right now.
You go get that.
Snap. This has set me back a couple of bucks here, man.
Man, Uncle Nearest is about the same price range as Red Breast, somewhere in the 70.
No, that ain't what they charge.
$70 here.
That ain't what they, so what I'm looking at, anyways, they're giving it a 3.8 rating versus a 5-star rating that's
bullshit.
That Red Breast got. Mind you, I don't know how to take it, but they're also charging in Canada. This will run you $138, $140 a bottle. For 1856, yeah, versus like $100 flat for the Red Breast.
This I've got this.
Oh, you know why, man? You know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is from the United States of America. Terrorists. Trump got to it, man. Trump got to it.
The price doubled.
Yeah. All right, there it is. Now I got it.
Don't order this shit, then.
I'll get it somehow, man. Don't you worry.
You better get it smuggled, but don't buy that shit off the market.
Wow, I'm for the first time. I'm
double the price, bro.
Brother, I'm checking out.
Probably the most expensive it ever. I got it twice. First time was about 70, and next time was about 90. Somewhere in that neighborhood. But it shouldn't be. Nah, that's crazy. That's all due to the Jack's, the Jim Beam distilleries and all that kind of stuff. It's stupid, but no need to get into politics about it, man.
No.
I can get you a bottle, man, if you really want it. He's right.
Wow. Hey, you know what I mean? I'll take it. They'll probably still make me pay duty at customs or whatever. I don't care. I'll pay the difference. That'll make no difference to me. If you want to send me a bottle, that'd be cool. I'll drink it.
All you gotta do is talk to a guy, a Mountie that's up at the border of Minnesota and Canada, and take your ass down there and tell him you can get you a bottle out of it.
You know what's funny? Like, the only Mountie I've never met a Mountie though. Like, I have an uncle that's a Mountie, so I've met one, but he's the only Mountie I've ever met my entire life. Imagine that. Black Mountie is the first and only Mountie I've ever met.
A black Mountie?
Black Mountie. Swear to God.
Wow.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Uncle Trevor. Big ups to Uncle Trevor. Black Mountie. I'm dead serious, man. It's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. But this is Jet Builder is absolutely right. This is absolutely good stuff, and the story behind it is even better because it ties into Jack Daniels, like I told you all before, but it's also, somebody's struggle tied into this great liquor. Somebody had this great liquor recipe, probably distilled it himself and did it in the backwoods, and it got popular. Black man, and when it came to the business part of it, guess what? Back when this stuff was going on, who had the first space in line to get those patents and stuff like that? Wasn't us. So a white guy beat him out of that recipe, and Jack Daniels became that recipe. That became that brand. Same kind of recipe, but this is much more refined than Jack Daniels. So the taste of Jack Daniels, think what you think of it. It's similar, but much lighter, much smoother. That's the difference to me in my palate and my taste buds, is how much more refined it is than Jack Daniels. And I don't like Jack Daniels, not because of this story, but I just didn't like the taste of it. But when I tasted this, it totally blew me away. I heard about the story before I tasted it, kids.
So you're saying does it taste like Jack or no?
It does have a taste of Jack Daniels, very much so. but it's much more smooth.
I don't like.
It's
I don't like
light.
Jack. Like you'll never catch me drinking Jack with a single exception. A single exception. Like there's a shot that when I go to the bar under normal pretense, I'll start the night with a couple of shots, and the shot of choice that I get is Drambuie, half Jack Daniels. It's called an ass kicker. Gives you a quick kick in the ass, and now you can start drinking for real. And that's what I do. That's what I do. I like real talk, Patrick Higgins. I am meant to be in Florida, brother. Like I am. I need to be in Florida, bro. Especially like yesterday. It was so cold here, bro. God damn, it was cold. So like so cold that
Yeah.
I had to turn the heat up. You know what I mean? Like we always have the heat up, but I had to turn it up some more. Anyways, but yeah, man. I'm not big on Jack, so I'm a little weary on what. Oh, Triple R, you're in.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? What's happening? Everybody?
What's going on, baby? Let me
man, I'm coming in. I guess it's only right to say cheers.
Yes, it's
You know what I
good.
mean?
What are you drinking on? What are you sipping on?
Just a little bit of that Crown Black. You know what I mean?
Oh, damn.
I'm looking at the Uncle Nearest here. You know, delicious. If I had a stogie, I would light one up or blunt, whatever. You know what I mean?
Patrick, I even got land in Florida, man. Like one of these days, bro. Like, and you two now, like I'm probably have to take 5 and go get myself a little Appleton's from upstairs on the rocks because
love me some Appleton's.
Real quick,
good stuff.
Real quick, man. This is the last thing I'll say about this, and if you guys want to, we can wrap it. But anybody that has Jack Daniels in their on their shelf, in their bar, on the cabinet, wherever they have their liquor, the minute you taste this, there is no more buying Jack Daniels.
Huh.
Did you tell the story of it?
Yeah, you give us a good run now.
Mm-hmm. Same recipe, slaves, all that.
Yeah, there's no more buying. Yeah. There's no more buying Jack Daniels, and it has nothing to do with the story. It's about the quality and the taste.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jack Daniels is the watered down version.
Like AC Adams said, if you know, you know.
If you know, you better ask somebody.
This is some bomb shit. But hey, while we're here, I'm trying to buy some more time. Hopefully, Samo can get back. Y'all want to talk about some food, or y'all want to talk a little bit more about Uncle Nearest?
No, you can keep it moving.
Yeah, we can go to food.
Now, these are two of my more favorite things in life, kids, and it's kind of something we talked about a couple weeks ago, but in the same neighborhood. But kids, this is gonna get you, man. I'm just gonna tell you right now. So
okay,
buckle up.
All right, for sure. So, crispy potato wedges. Ingredients: eggs, flour, cornstarch, potatoes, hot sauce, peanut oil, ranch powder, and salt and pepper. You know how I always, and I've been meaning to like do a little something around it, but Mary Brown's chicken, man. It's half the reason why I go to this spot here in Canada, Mary Brown's. They have some badass chicken. Chicken's good, you know, it's good chicken, but their crispy potato wedge fries are the bomb. Can't stress this enough. That's what you just get: a box of fried chicken and fried wedges, some gravy, and that's dinner, y'all. Like it's good stuff. So take it for what it's worth. I definitely appreciate me some wedges, man. I'm a fan.
If my wedges don't look like this, I don't really want them. I'll get them out of Jewel's, or that's a local grocery store, kids.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get them in different places if I need to. If my girlfriend comes home with it, I'll eat them. But if I am going out looking for wedges, they need to look like this. And specifically like this. They need to have the crunch coating. So this is my specific recipe, and this is how I did it. I started doing this shit when I was in Georgia, man. And The key to it is what you do is you cut them in the shape and the size that you want. Get Idaho potatoes, get whatever you want, the little gold or the red. It doesn't matter what kind
Russets.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what potato you like. I
like
prefer
to smash
the
them like
Idahos, and I cut them with the skin on in the size of the wedges that I want. And I'm going to put them in some boiling water with some salt for about a good 20 minutes or so.
Soften them up.
Just not so soft that when you touch them, they smush, or when you touch them, they start coming apart and breaking and all that. They still have some consistency to them. Take them out.
But what the consistency you want to look for, just to interject here, is like a furry coat, like fuzz around the outside, because as he gets along with the rest of the ingredients, that's the stuff that's gonna really get crunchy. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so you take them out and you go through all of these ingredients. So you mix up your eggs in a container. You put your hot sauce in it. You might even want to put a little bit of cornstarch in there. That's a good idea. But you also mix the cornstarch with the flour. Season the flour and the cornstarch mixture. And put some hot sauce in that egg, buttermilk, and I don't think I put that on there, but make sure you get some buttermilk. All that ranch powder, all that stuff, you mix all that together. Mix it all together. And you give it a first dunk into all that mixture. Put it in your cornstarch and flour mixture. Get it all down, press it up in there, make it real good. Put it back into the egg wash, then put it back into your flour. So you double doing it. That's just going to make it extra crunchy. You do the same thing you just did all over again. Here's the cardinal sin to where most people mess up when they're frying. It's not making sure your grease is hot enough. If you put your fingers under some water and from a distance flick it at that grease, if it don't scare the bejesus out your ass, don't put that food in there. Got to get it hot. Any other thoughts about it? But that's gonna get you your crunchy potato wedges.
Okay. This is kind of where I like draw the line. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna buy this. There's no way I'm fucking making it, and I'm just being as real as I can.
It's easier than it looks, kid. Or it sounds.
I've never made, and I cook. I'm a pretty badass cook. I have to say this, but I've never made fried chicken or a batter like this that in my opinion holds water. You know what I mean? That's just me. I would much rather I'll tap out and go, you know what? I'm gonna go get my fried chicken at the stove. You know what I mean?
Well,
I'll go get my potato wedges.
Well, I mean, it helps if you add a few more seasonings and spices.
Yeah. Well, you know me. Like I'm from Jamaica, so there's I'm almost as bad as you today, or sorry, as the chef was today. Did you catch any of what the chef was doing today?
Yeah, I caught some of the feed, and because we do the recordings, I get a hookup, and because it's exclusive, I can get a delivery and stuff, and I'm looking forward to trying that out. But yeah, he's chef is a flavorful kind of guy.
Yeah.
And he likes a lot of different stuff together. But, I would just jazz up these potato crispy wedges by a little garlic powder, a little onion powder.
That's got to be
paprika.
Those three got to be in there. But like I'm telling you, 11 herbs and spices and all that. I just don't I'm sorry. I've tried this so many times. I'm screwed it up and been mad. Like so mad. I've ruined this chicken. You know what I'm saying? Damn, I'll just go to the store and buy the damn shit.
Dog, you only doing one or two things, really. You only doing one or two small things wrong.
You're probably right.
I'm telling you, it's always some very fine details. Talking about the temperature of the grease, talking about how well you pressed in your mixture of your flour, whatever you got going on. Really, really simple things, and making sure whatever your wet mixture is, making sure it's flavorful with, because that's going to get to the inside of whatever you're making. And so it's about the stages, making sure everything is right before you execute the plan. Just like everything else, man, plan it out right, execute the shit out right, man, you know. But everything needs to be right when you're frying, man. When you're going to fry, you got to make sure things are right. Can't just willy-nilly, no, it ain't going to come out looking like this or tasting any kind of good. It's gonna be all messed up, and the shit's gonna be all in the grease, and your grease ain't gonna be no good, man. It's gonna be all messed up, and you ain't gonna want to do it no more.
Well, but that's kind of what prohibits me from doing a lot of frying anyway, is because of grease and how messy it is and how much of a hassle and chore it is to get it in there and then cook and then clean it up. So if you have like the personal fryers that you only got to clean the grease every now and then. But then some people are like, hey, this grease tastes like fish and I'm cooking chicken, or vice versa, or whatever, the flavor is, you got to change it. Right. But the air fryers, I don't have one of those. So I've had wedges from the air fryer and they were crispy, but still not like grease or peanut oil in this case, which is much healthier.
So in the case of an air fryer,
look at what Patrick just said.
I'm gonna get to that. So in the case of an air fryer, you can just sort of toss. You could just toss it in a little bit of oil. Add a little bit of oil. Put them in a bowl. Toss it up, and then put it in the air fryer, and it would fry.
Well, what he's meaning by softening is what that step Nomad did with the boiling for 15 minutes.
So you boiled yours for 15 first. That's brilliant. Because I was gonna ask you because that's.
Yeah, no, man. Yeah, that's you said that, right?
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, and then yeah. So that's the softening of them right there. And so do that, and then I guess try the air fryer, your air fryer method.
It's literally maybe not even 20 minutes. Maybe you shorten it to 15, and when you should be able to lightly stick a fork in it when you put the fork into it. And so when you pick it up, it doesn't bend, it doesn't fold, it doesn't smush to your fingers, but it's still consistent enough so that you can do work to it, and it's not going to fall apart on you. So if it's falling apart, don't even try to fry those. Make you some potato cakes out of that shit or something. I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do, but don't fry those and think those are wedges. Just boil them for a couple of minutes, man.
Probably 10 minutes, not even 15. Yeah. You know what I mean? So maybe 10 minutes.
Because that fluffiness is what makes the crispiness.
It helps a lot, right? It also kind of turns down the time to task, right? Like it also makes, because just raw potato batter go, it's not as easy as it sounds. You know what I mean? Dick, you might wind up with some awesome batter and some hard ass potatoes, you know what I mean, on the inside. So what he's saying is boil that thing down. Yeah. If I was using an air fryer, I would toss them in oil, fry them up on one side, put them back in the egg wash the way that you're suggesting, dunk them again, and then put them back on the other side and finish. You know what I mean? Finish the job. That's how I would do it. But
it's definitely a method to the madness. Any last thoughts about crispy potato wedges? I'm a sucker for these.
Me too, man.
One of my favorite things in the world.
But now, have you done the crispy sweet potato wedges?
I don't like sweet potatoes.
Say what now?
What?
Don't like them.
Oh, somebody messed around.
I don't like sweets, man.
Oh, it's not, but it's not.
I've eaten sweet potatoes. I just don't like them.
It's not sweet though. I know, like it's. I used to be like that, but now I kind of have to like them. You know what I mean? I got
you don't like
low glycemic. You know what I mean? So
damn sweet potato, none of that shit.
Trust me, I had some bomb sweet potato fries the other day.
Next thing you're gonna tell us you don't go down on the lady.
And now that you're saying it, they might have been like crispy style. Now that you say it, that would actually make perfect sense.
I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you what. We can talk about that a little bit more. But what my next item is, Mr. Charles.
Vodka.
This is
with catfish. There it is.
Okay.
Southern fried catfish.
That looks delicious.
Mr. Charles, I was thinking about you, man, because up in this part of the country, it's getting a little bit different now, depending on where you go. It's hard. Like, I don't know very many places. Maybe I just don't get out enough or something, but I don't know very many places that cook whole catfish and catfish parts. Not the fillets. Now, the fillets are good. No matter where you go, you're going to be able to find you some fillets. But I grew up on what you see here. These are catfish steaks. So basically, you hack off the catfish dome and you chop the rest of the body up into steaks. If you look hard down at the left hand corner, you see the tail in there too.
Ooh, that crispy tail. Yes, sir.
That's how I grew up eating this right here. I don't know if you ever had them, kids, but catfish steaks. Holy guacamole.
I don't know if I've had quote unquote catfish steaks. I've definitely had some southern fried catfish. Had it in the States. I'm trying to remember what state I was in when I had it. I've also had it here at a Louisiana, New Orleans style restaurant. It was pretty badass, actually. Had some of this, had some crawfish. What else they have over there?
Well, before you get into all that, can you read off the ingredients real quick and then get into
it? So, southern fried catfish. Ingredients: oil, eggs, cornmeal, whole catfish, buttermilk, hot sauce, flour, Creole seasoning. And there you have it.
Now tell me that story again.
Not much of a story. I just went to a restaurant, had some catfish. It was good. That's the bulk of the story. I enjoyed it. Like I said, I've definitely had this. I've had crawfish as well. I've had some Louisiana, New Orleans themed meals a few times, and they're hot and they're spicy, and for the most part, they're awesome. But yeah,
True Pilgrim is saying he's straight on catfish, stick with trout and whiting. It is different, There are
before you go there, I got to ask both of you guys a question. And individually, are you more of a river fish guy or more of an ocean fish guy?
I don't care. They're all fishy to a point, and so I'll do the pan, the sunfish and the panfish. Your trouts, your bass. I do the catfish. Your channel cats and all that. But then I love scallops. I love the scrimps. I love the sea bass. So I'm a pescatarian all the way around. Well, I'm an omnivore, but yeah, I'll do river and ocean.
I'm less river, more ocean. I find that the river fish is just a little bit oily, but I'll eat it. Like, I'm not completely averted to it or anything to that effect. It's more of just a slight leaning or.
I can give you a good scientific explanation for it.
Okay.
Why because of oil?
No. River fish have less space to travel, so they gain more weight faster, as opposed to a saltwater fish that has much more space to move around in. So they're more muscular and they're more lean.
Mm-hmm. And like catfish, they chill at the bottom of the river. They burrow in their little holes. They don't do much swimming at all. So that's why they're, like you see the steaks here, these fillets, they're so thick with meat because they're very lazy fish, but strong and tough. But like these right here, I don't know if Minister's here, but
he just jumped in.
He's of a certain age, and there are a few others.
PJ, man. If PJ was around, he'd be in.
Oh, definitely. But there is a restaurant on 22nd and Wabash back in the day called Catfish Digby's, and every Friday they would have fish specials, but they always made catfish, hence the name. But they would have just the crunchiest on the outside, but on the inside, the meat would be so tender and juicy and flaky, and it would just be a bucket of it. And then they had, you had the fries and the hot sauce and the bread and the coleslaw, and it was just a thing. that all those things I mentioned were a thing. You get a side items like your spaghettis and all that, and so it's like southern fried catfish is a thing within itself. It's the centerpiece of all of those accoutrements.
What are we missing, Minister Charles? This is straight up your stuff. So you feel free to correct us in the chat.
All I know is this is the older I get, my mother used to eat it so much when I was a child that it actually used to, I ain't gonna say it irritated me. It was just like, okay, fish again, catfish again. So a catfish carries a certain amount of body fat, like you guys just got to describing.
I think a lot of mercury too.
What we talk about in this survival conversation is those are the fish that you want to find that carry more fat than the next fish. Like your ocean fish is going to get you about 2-3 hours worth of energy. A catfish with this fat, that's a day. That's a day. That's the difference, kids.
That's an interesting view.
Yeah, like they like for the ocean, for the blubber, for the fat, you go with the big fish, the whales. But in the river, you got carp, that's oily catfish. So yeah, it's those sea urchins, those sea creatures are delicious.
Right on.
Well, is there something wrong with the recipe that Miss Charles got?
I'm not sure if it's a recipe or if it's whether we're saying that the catfishes are fat. I'm not sure, but I'm sure he'll straighten this out.
Well, there is a layer of fat on them, but they're very muscular, very strong.
Well, one of the downsides of a catfish is having to skin them.
Ah, yeah. Get your pliers.
Yeah. thick, strong skin to those creatures. And to get to this fillet, you're going to have to skin them. And they got some tough, like real tough, like leather skin.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing where you literally have to like nail down the fish like with a nail and hammer into a piece of board and get you a pair of pliers and get the skin started and then literally pull the skin away from the fish because that's not a skin that is edible like other fish's skin, which is thinner and crisps up and stuff. I mean, the way you prepare it, yeah, but to deskin a cat, yeah. And those what do you call those? The fins, but not the fins. The sticky part of the fins.
Gills?
Well, no, that's what they breathe.
Or scales?
No, not scales. Catfish got these things that will stick the AF out of you.
Tentacles.
Oh, those. I know what you're talking about.
But it's on their side fins, but their side fin is so rigid.
They'll cut you with that. Like
it'll poke the shit out of you. Yeah. So when you grab them, you got to make sure their side fins are up and get your hand up behind there. If not, you learn hard way. And it's out there, you're all muddy, you're all dirty. It's disgusting, but it's fun.
Well, we just got to the bottom of what Minister Charles was thinking. I'm going to read it. He says, who told you that, Nomad? He says, question mark, how many catfish have you cut open and clean? A very thin fat. Well, let me tell you something, Charles. When you're doing that, there's a certain amount of fat that's there in the skin. There in turns goes into the flesh. There's anyway, man. I don't want to get no.
Well, I wouldn't say less fat and more oil.
And that's fat.
But it's very thin, or because like the way you peel and gotta tear the skin away from the flesh, there's not like a gelatinous, like spongy layer of fat. It's more oily underneath that skin. Like
the older, like I'll just give you some advice. If you go fishing, somebody goes fishing and you get your hands on a catfish. And this taste I'm talking about. This ain't got nothing to do with fat. taste wise. You don't want to get a a really big catfish and turn him into a meal unless you have to, because they taste really, really fishy. What you want is a young,
Oh, yeah, you're right.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody that one of those guys that haven't been in the river that long, you know, he's just really good to eat. Or she, you know. The fat part of it, yeah, it's
My
fishy.
back but I don't for taste wise, yeah, but back in the day when we would go fishing with my pops, he'd be looking for them channel cats, and he would get the big baits, the big hooks, and all the weight to put them down there on the bottom, because that's where the cats feed, and they sucking off the bottom. So he put the bait down there with the big ass hook and be looking for those 50, 70-pound monsters. And it's like that was what he was fishing for. And it's like, they're not attractive looking fishes. But yeah, so it's a whole thing to catch them. And they get so big that's part of not the food challenging wise, more the fisherman wise, last longer, bigger kind of thing. So it's like, yeah, catfish is delicious. If you have not had it like southern fried by like somebody's grandmama, you ain't had it yet. So it was like, yeah.
Don't Mr. Charles.
See now we talking on that little nursery school, maybe high school level of catfish, and Mr. Charles got that PhD rolling, so he telling all of us to shut the F up in a nice way, like you do, because we giving out misinformation.
Oh shit! Ain't that the truth?
All I know is how good they taste. All
Delicious.
I know is how good they taste.
They are delicious. They like you did nail a couple of things. They do have a little bit of a stronger fishy taste, and they are a little bit.
Well, that's what the buttermilk and vinegar is for.
Okay, all right.
That's why you got to soak it.
When
you soak, even if you don't have buttermilk, if you got milk, just soak your fishy fish in milk, and that absorbs some of the fishiness out of the fish.
Okay, that's a good thing to note. But like I say, I would the catfish I had the few times that I've had it has been delicious. So I'm in. I'm definitely not turning that away. No chance. And folks out there are hollering for some catfish and spaghetti. Where's PJ, man?
Right.
Mr. Charles, he looking for a goddamn Mr. Charles looking for a fight.
Yeah, the cats get huge.
Dude, he said, dude, I've caught quite a few catfish between 80 and 100 pounds. Wow.
Huge.
Flatheads taste the best than blues and channel cats. Yeah, I disagree with that, but we'll leave that alone. I'll disagree with that.
But Mr. Charles, how many times have you gone out there in the river and got down there and put your arm down in the water in one of them holes?
He just said an 80 to 100-pound catfish.
Looking for the fish, trying to put your arm down his throat and then yank it out of the hole and be like, "Ah, you're my fish now."
If you think he hasn't
been noodling
since he was 4.
News for you.
Oh man. All right, man. How about this, man? We any last thing, but this is one of my favorite things to eat in the world. Spaghetti
Careful with them
and catfish steaks, man. Dog. I grew up on this. I'll sign my name to this. If they cook it right, man, oh man, kids. I'm talking about spaghetti, not like you eat spaghetti in Canada. I'm talking about spaghetti with no noodles. With not noodles.
Look at
how you get spaghetti without noodles.
I meant meat, bro. My bad.
No, look at Chef Tripp's page, Southern fried catfish and spaghetti, because he did it on a live episode over there at BCP. Because PJ wanted to see it done, so he did it live over there. So I think there are 2 separate videos. One with the Southern spaghetti with the green peppers and the I think it's Italian sausage and ground beef. So it's like 2 meats in there, and then
he's saying no meat
of the fish.
He's saying no meat.
No meat.
You don't have to have meat in your spaghetti and sauce.
Well, you don't have to.
So you're just saying just red
the way
sauce
I grew
is
up.
what you're saying.
So for me, I'm just gonna tell, and Trips can tell me how he thinks of it. Like when you grow up, and the first time you eat it as a child, you don't know how old you are, but something about the sauce of that spaghetti sitting on that piece of fish or two, whatever you got, on top of the hot sauce that you just put on that fish. Something about that combination, the hot sauce, the fish, and the sauce from that spaghetti. That combination
and coleslaw
is game changing.
And coleslaw.
Not
gotta have a coleslaw.
That's for you. That's not
and the
for
white
me.
bread.
Yeah, the white bread for sure. You gotta have some white bread.
Oh. You know what I mean? You gotta have white bread, kids.
Kids, all you gotta do is
don't be bullshitting and don't have a white bread.
You wouldn't understand what we're saying unless you tasted it.
No, I've never had it. I've definitely never had this as a meal together. I've had every level of spaghetti you could possibly think of just because of the amount of Italians I've grown up with. But outside of that, I've had catfish. Put them together. All right. I'm in. Like, I'll test it out.
Well, but here's the difference in the different.
Look, Mr. Charles is catfishing for a fight.
Oh. Mr. Charles said he got proof. He's never noodled, though. Okay. Trying to tell me, Nomad, you trying to tell me anything about fish, period, is like me telling you how to play defensive back.
It's like that.
There with it.
That's fair. That's a fair comment.
No, right. No. Have you ever seen Mr. Charles go fishing? Motherfucker, it ain't fair. You don't know.
Well, but I don't see him backpedal though.
What I can't say is he been talking about catfish. I know you're bullshit. He been talking about catfish on a weekly basis.
but now look at Benjamin here saying he makes his own spaghetti sauce. Now that's the difference in the spaghetti sauces. There's a meat spaghetti sauce, but then like if you go to the church revival and they cheap, they just got basically watered down ketchup and noodles, and they call that spaghetti. It's not the same.
Okay, like I'm checking out the chat's bumping right now. Like Patrick is serious. Same with Benjamin Williams. He's saying he makes his own.
That's essential here, making your own spaghetti sauce.
Yeah. Well, he makes his own spaghetti sausages. What he's saying with Vienna hot. Yeah, like with Vienna hot dogs. It's not like the craziest idea. It's actually kind of a slick and smart idea. I make my own spaghetti sauce from scratch too most of the time. Again, strictly because of the Italians out there who show me how to do it. You know what I mean? For the longest time, I was going to the store buying, whatever.
Yeah, brand name.
You know what I'm saying? Whatever the brand is on the shelf is what I was buying, and I was like, man, you just need a little bit of tomatoes.
Trust me, Mr. Charles. Trust me, Minister Charles. I believe you're a fisherman, man, and I'm not, and that's the truth. You know,
sometimes what I end up doing is just get a jar of just generic sauce and chopping up some green pepper and onion, putting in there some garlic, with the Italian seasoning or whatever, and jazz it up and let it simmer a little bit. You know what I mean? Make it your own, if you will.
I knew Minister Charles was eating the catfish. I didn't realize he was out there damn well pulling them out the river.
It's like a thing around here. Like this part of the country, people come from all over, like literally all over, to come and fish in this, like where I live at in particular.
Yeah, because it's a spawning season or something.
No, the river I live at close to is a national monument, but you can fish in it.
But now, Benjamin, a lot of recipes call for a little sugar in the sauce to counteract the acidity of the tomatoes. Now, are you replacing the honey with the sugar, or replacing the sugar with the honey? So you put a little honey in your spaghetti sauce? Is that what's happening there?
That's exactly what it's doing. I used to do the same thing until I stopped eating pasta. Like I had my first piece of pasta this week in maybe a couple of years, bro. It's been a minute just because of the carbs, right? So yeah, that's like if I'm cooking spaghetti sauce myself, I used to put a little bit of sugar in it. I have to admit. And people be like, yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you putting sugar in it? And then they eat the spaghetti sauce and they're like, damn, that's some, you know what I mean? That's
Yeah, but it's not sweet. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. It like the acidity from the tomatoes.
Yeah, that could be a little bit jarring to the system.
It's more jarring for somebody who's walked into the kitchen and is watching me put sugar in. You know what I mean? Like that's where the jarring part happens. If you're just
like, you don't worry about how the sausage is made, you just wrap your mouth around it. No diddy.
Yeah, no diddy.
All right. So we gotta shift gears again because trying to hold the fort down. We're trying to hold the fort down, and hopefully Sam will come, but maybe he won't. But what we're gonna do is shift gears a little bit and get into a whole other conversation. This is probably where Trips takes off all the time, but let me get this off the screen before we do it. It's off the screen and get it going. Give me a second.
So Charles, you're out there fishing?
In situations, there's a lot of people listening to this conversation, listening to me talk right now, and they're probably some people are in a home, in a house, some people are in apartments. It doesn't matter to me. But there are ways to accumulate things for yourself, whether you're in a home or in an apartment. And this is something for the people that may or may not be in a home. If you're in an apartment, this is something for you that you should probably consider doing. It sounds like the most simplest thing in the world, but we're going to talk about it.
All right. All right. A small chest freezer, $89.99. And it's just what it is. Small chest freezer, doesn't have a big footprint, but it will, freeze some stuff that you need frozen. I mean,
and if you have
see, I've always been a fan of freezers, chest freezers, because of the opportunity to buy meat, at scale. A half a cow, half a hog, quarter of each or whatever. But you can't fit all that in a little freezer over your refrigerator. And especially in an apartment, you can't fit a deep freezer. So, a chest freezer will come in handy, but it will make your light bill, a little bit higher. So just be aware of that. But it's something good. And especially if you're going, out there catfishing or out there fishing of any sort, you can put them in there. Now, granted, catfish, I swear they can breathe air, because they will be alive for hours and hours and hours. But you clean them up, get them in this freezer, they will last for a good long time. Especially if you use a Ziploc sealer thing that we looked at last week.
Well, let me, if you don't mind, I'll speak to this. If you purchase one of these and you live in an apartment, yes, it does pull a little bit more electricity right now. But is it worth it? Absolutely, I think so. Matter of fact, I don't think anything. Yes, it is way to your advantage to get you one of these small chest freezers. Here's the thing. You're trying to optimize the space in the depths of that freezer. This is how you do it. So let's just say you found turkeys on sale after Thanksgiving. They were pretty much giving them away. How do I save these 3 or 4 turkeys I just bought? How you do it is you break them down. You don't want to You take them out of package, unthaw them, or if they're unthawed already, you unthaw them and you break them down and you flatten them as much as possible. So the key is getting as much flat space as you can. So you don't want lumpy meat down there. So turkeys, hams, and things like that. You bring those to the house and you slice them and you make them as flat as possible. So you proportion them and you use your
Hold on. I thought you weren't supposed to refreeze meat.
Yeah, you can refreeze it.
No, you're not supposed to. It's botulism.
That's bullshit. I do it all the time.
Hey,
botulism is bullshit.
That's not botulism. If I do it and I'm still here talking to you, I've been doing it for years.
No, that just means that you somehow have been able to navigate around botulism.
So me and my girlfriend,
by botulism,
people that I love have been eating meat that was frozen, broken down, and refrozen. We're still here. That's just bullshit. And I'm telling you from experience, that's bullshit.
Okay.
But the bottom line is what you want is to maximize the space. So you flatten your meat out as much as possible. So
okay. Okay, hold on, kids. Yes, you can safely refreeze meat that has thawed, provided it was thawed in the refrigerator at or below 40 degrees Fahrenheit and not left out at room temperature for more than 2 hours. Refreezing might cause a loss of moisture and quality, resulting in a slightly drier or less tender meat, but it will remain safe to eat.
I'm trying to tell you.
And you do have to refreeze it within 3 to 4 days of thawing it in the refrigerator.
So if you get yourself a turkey or ham or whatever the piece of meat is that you get that's frozen, you just got to take care of it for the most part. Part it out and put it in vacuum seal and put it back in the freezer. That's it, kid. You can do it.
Okay. I didn't write the rules.
Okay, man. Whatever you say, man.
I didn't write the rules. I'm just saying every time, like I've done this a couple of times, or at least attempted to. And like people have said the word botulism to me. So I was like, oh shit, it sounds like a bad thing. I don't want to do that. And that's kind of where I left it. I didn't really go into the whole, circumnavigation of botulism science. I left that alone.
Well, I mean, the truth is, kids, it scared you, and it should, because the word botulism it should scare you. But if you haven't, like, I hadn't heard of the word botulism from when I was in the 7th or 8th grade doing science classes and stuff like that. As an adult, I had totally forgotten what the word was, but I was just living life.
Well, you want a visualization of botulism is go into a store or have a package of old meat that comes in those sealed plastic containers that you can see the meat through. You can see the meat, but the plastic has expanded out like a balloon or like a bubble. That meat is botulistic.
I'll tell you what else is botulistic. Is
kicking botulistic.
It's canning meat. That's the scariest thing in the world. Canning meat and sitting it in whatever room, basement, cellar, whatever you got going on. If you got that going on and you don't have that meat stored with the proper temperature regulation, dog, don't eat that shit.
Well, there's also salting it. Like you could salt that meat before you can it, which would prevent a lot of problems.
All the bacteria.
You know what I mean? And the salt would kill the bacteria. So that's one way to do it. Either way, get a small chest freezer. If shit, it's a fan. Mind you, like I say, anything like this.
Because that's one thing though, is like especially when you're grocery shopping and that's where you're getting your meat, that's different from knowing where the meat came from, because we don't know how many times the meat has already been frozen and thawed in transit. you know, the truck's refrigeration unit went down, so it thawed out, but then they put it back into the thing and it refroze. You know, we don't know how many
Very
times
true.
that has happened.
So they're
Very,
not supposed to
true.
do that. So whoa. So that's like
Yeah,
they're
not supposed to.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me be
Are
legit
other
on
people to regulate the food that you eat? And
food is
trust me,
regulated, brother. Like you know
it
what I mean?
is,
Like
but you still have. It's a certain level of trust that comes with it.
yeah, there's trust. There's other
Because
aspects.
guess what, kids? There's lawsuits that says
What I'm saying.
iceberg lettuce, people it's unaliving people. But guess how we found out? Because it unalived a few people, and then they researched it. You know, now the rest of us, because of the safety standards, are protected because it's like, hey, they got a bad batch of whatever it is,
Okay, well,
this lot because of those numbers. But those people that had to eat it and got that bad dose, yeah, they had to be unalived for everybody else to know. So that
hold on,
level of trust is there.
So what did they determine what the cause was?
Yeah, I mean, it could be the cause. I mean, we're talking about just thawing out. I mean, so it could be frozen the way it's supposed to be frozen, but in transit, it thaws out and then they refreeze it. Nobody knows until somebody consumes it, gets sick or unalived. And now they research and go, hey, we got to fire that driver because he broke the rules.
So what's crazy
okay, cool.
is that like this is actually what I do for a living, which is sort of crazy. So and like I'm not saying that every delivery company has this. They should. If you need it, if you're a delivery company, holler at your boy Keds. I'll get you straight. But in today's world, usually what you're doing in those scenarios is you're driving around a reefer truck, which is a truck with a refrigerator. Pretty straightforward. The problem with a reefer truck is, again, shit, it's a van. It gets hot out there. Maybe the reefer stops working and your goods could potentially be spoiled, right? So that's sort of what we're talking about. The real problem is that if that's what happens, the driver has, under normal pretenses, no understanding that the reefer just suddenly went, ass out, and all the stuff he's carrying is no good. Neither does the guy who receives the goods. They have no understanding of any of this. There are solutions on the market, telematics solutions, that actually, you put two sensors in that reefer truck in the back end. It judges and monitors the temperature in the back end. If that temperature drops or spikes, you can be alerted. You get an email going, "Hey, like something's wrong with the refrigerator back there. Do something."
He said,
You know what I mean? Say what?
Never mind.
So,
What
I
do
mean,
you say? Reefer?
You said reefer truck, man.
Reefer, yeah. Reefer madness.
Hey, reefer madness.
So who purchased this sensor? The manufacturer, the truck maker, the end user?
It's definitely not the end user. This would be more quality control situations. Either the manufacturer of the goods, who may own multiple trucks and is delivering the goods out, or the transportation and logistics company would purchase that those sensors, that solution.
But it's not like a thing that every reefer truck, every refrigerator truck there, Nomad, settle down, that it doesn't have one of these just built in automatically as a safety feature.
In some cases, they do, with the slight exception of like, how does the data transmitted? So like, regardless, you would kind of need me. I would have to set you up. Holler at your boy. I'll get you straight. But if you needed a solution that manages and monitors what you're delivering, like just a standard refrigerated truck ain't gonna do it on its own. It needs a little bit of help, and that's what your boy does.
So let me say this. How we got here, you guys, we're talking about this chest freezer, the small chest freezer that anybody that's living in an apartment, in a home, anybody, I own 3 of them, and I'm not trying to flex. I just
have 3 of them.
Yeah, I got 3 of them going down
Holy
there.
shit.
and for different reasons. I got vegetables. I
Put
got
your reefer in it.
yeah, I got some of that. No, I don't. But no, I
You got them on the same circuit.
You know, I find them all useful because I garden and we store a lot of goods at the end of the year, so they come in very, very handy. Our gardens come out very bountiful most of the time, and so those freezers come up. I'm eating food from out of there now. You know what I
Well,
mean?
but let me ask you this, though, Matt. In a situation where something goes down and you need to cut your wattage use, do you have those freezers on a separate circuit or a breaker that you can just turn off easily?
No, but in the wintertime, what you can do when it's really, really cold like it is right now, you can unplug those bad boys for a couple of days because
Oh, yeah, true,
it's
true.
gonna stay locked up and frozen.
Well, the
Trust-
thing is, when it's frozen in there, they can stay good for several days as long as you're not opening and closing them. You know, but the hard part, if there's no power, you know, is cooking the food that's frozen in there because you got to thaw it out and prepare it some kind of way, unless it's already, you know, cooked or, you know, edible and it's just frozen. You just got to thaw it out and maybe boil it or something. But yeah, but make sure that you have your circuit set up in your house, because especially if you got a house, because you got basement stuff, you got your long-term storage stuff. So have it set up to where it's like, all right, I need to kill this circuit and these are my freezers to save wattage for something else. And then so you got them all labeled, you know, for emergency power that you have your backup Jenny on. You don't have the freezers on that one. You can turn them onto that during the daytime when there's power, but you have your emergency circuits on this one. So it'll be setting it up so that you can have these freezers, but they're not going to blow fuses or overload your system. Because three of them, that's a lot, because that's three different mechanical units that each have to do their own thing, as opposed to, you know, like one doing it. So that's a lot on your system.
Let me give another little tip out there. So I'm sure all y'all know the difference between like all three of them, and I was intentional about making sure that I purchased these kinds. They have your normal 3-prong outlet plug in. And some of the other ones that you can get now, be careful when you go and get these things. Those funny shape, I don't even know the name of those, the specific kind they are. I don't know the name of it, but these funny shaped, C-shaped little outlet plugins that you have, they got 3 of them. Don't buy those unless you have a specific setup to facilitate that. Because in a survival situation, what's going to be more advantageous to you is the one that have the 3-prong outlet to it. Regular 2-plug, 3 little plug outlet, man.
I think that's the what is it? The 120 volts. Yeah, or is it the 220?
220 is what you want to avoid.
All right, so it's the 120 then. Okay, that's we want the 120.
I think so. I think so. I'm
120 with the ground. That's a third prong.
Yeah, that's so be careful what you buy. Make sure you buy the one with the 2 regular looking plugs, and it's got the one little stick looking last plug on the bottom. That's the best way I can.
120 volt.
Yeah,
120 volt.
It has a name.
And so if you end up in a situation where it's survival and you have to use your generator, now most good generators will have all of those outlets for you, but those 220 volt outlets will pull more energy and need more energy, and so it's going to sop up a lot of energy that you probably need for other things. Get the 3-pronged outlet. That would be my advice to you in a survival situation, because these things are going to come in useful for all kinds of different reasons. But in a survival situation, you got, like, say you're trips living in an apartment and you're trying to maintain for a certain amount of time. Say the energy is going to be off for the next month or 3 weeks or whatever it is. You've got all that stuff in there frozen. That stuff will keep good for a good long time, before you have to get it out and cook it. But this stuff will help take care of you for an extended period of time.
Yeah, I'll give it well, because now remember, if it's an extended a period of time and you're going in there to get stuff out, as you're going in there and getting stuff out, that's letting air out, letting or warm air in, cold air out. You know what I mean? So I give it 3 weeks. Maybe you can go without power to one of these things. Is that a good estimate of time?
I don't know about 3 weeks, but if you don't open it and keep it frozen and keep that thing sealed, you have a better chance of having that thing survive a longer period of time.
I mean, yeah, if you're not opening it, yeah, obviously that would, but if you have to go in and
3
get
weeks, no power, you said? Three weeks?
Yeah, 3 weeks, I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
That seems
72 hours
excessive.
max.
Say again?
72 hours max.
So wait, 72 hours?
Yep, no shit.
Wait, the stuff would be frozen longer than that, though.
We're talking about, let's say if we're in the middle of summer or something like that.
Wait, 72 hours is, that's
72 hours max.
4 days?
Max, like not even 4 days.
Yeah, I think a little longer than 4 days.
No,
maybe about 4 days.
I'm telling you facts. Reason I know this is because so we had a power outage here in my area that lasted 48 hours. And for some reason, my house was fine. My house went down for about 5 hours. The upside was it started at like midnight. So I went to bed. I woke up in the morning, everything was cool. You know what I mean? But for everybody else in town, shit was shut down. So my sister was calling me going, look, I only have like a little bit of time before my freezer thaws. And I got to do something with all this meat. And I was like, sweet. So you're giving me all this food. I'm gonna cook out. I'm gonna barbecue. I'm laughing because she's like, why are you laughing? I was like, because my power's on. I don't know what the hell. She's like, your power's on. I'm bringing all my shit to your place. So I was like, oh, damn. You know what I mean? So
where was this at, man?
When?
Where?
Well, it was in Canada. What do you?
I mean, you got people in Florida, man. I was just asking.
That's okay. But
Florida would be less time.
It would be less time because, well, I would say it'd be less time because you would think it would be hotter in Florida.
Yeah,
where I'm at is it is the weather capital of the world. You know, I've told you guys before. So it goes 40 below to 40 plus. It's hot as all ass in the summer. Like you would not, you know what I mean? Like it's crazy where I'm at. So that being said, yeah, about 72 hours. As soon as this shit thaws, it'll take maybe 24 hours for all the ice in there to thaw. And then you got to think about the food now thawing after the ice. So you might give that another 24 hours. You know, after that, all bets are off. Like I'm giving it 72 hours because I'm a good guy. It's probably really about a 48 hour situation.
No, I think 72 hours is
probably bang on.
Right on point.
Yeah.
And we're talking about dead ass summer, the power grid fails, and what you have. See, the problem with this thing is the reason why I did this is because I know far too many people who only have what's in their refrigerated freezer. That's the contents of what they have on deck. And you got to make it happen beyond that in these situations. It might be just a situation where you might be out of power for, let's just say, a week. Might be 2 weeks, whatever it is. If you don't have something to help extend that span, you're gonna find yourself in the hustle.
Well, the thing is you gotta plan for it. So if you know that if you are utilizing this small chest freezer for your stationary apartment location and you have food in there that will last you, I mean, enough meat packed well in there will last you for several months. So you need to figure out how to make the power last for that long when there's no power. And there are, we spoke before about generators and, with solar panels that you can just put out there during the daytime, of which you can, run to your freezer. And during the daytime, when the sun is the brightest, you can run it for a few hours. You can't run it all day because you still got to charge your batteries for your other needs for when there is no sun. But you can, with your renewable sources, keep these freezers going for longer and longer, extend their freezing capabilities because you're refreezing them every day, and so they don't really thaw out ever. So it's not a consistent thing. So you keep it as closed as much as possible. You keep it charged, but you also have that the energy meter reading things, so you know exactly how much wattage this thing is going to take. So you know exactly how long you need the sun for, how much you need to devote to that, and now you have resource that will extend your location, but it will only last for as much food is in there. So I mean, they are small, so they're not, the huge ones. So I mean, it's gonna be bigger than any resource that, like we were saying, the refrigerator freezer has, but it's not gonna last forever. So it's something good to have, but energy wise, resource wise, you got to take that in consideration for your location.
Yeah. Here's the last thing I would say to this is most people think about these things and they think about, okay, let's just say the power grid collapses and there's no more power to be had. I don't think that's realistic. Power's going to always be there. It's about how much time can you give yourself before the power.
Why do you think power is always going to be there?
Because power is free.
Nothing's free, bro. Somebody's got to do stuff.
I'll say that for a whole other conversation, for another episode of one of these shows, so I can further go into that a little bit more. But man, listen.
Because I mean, here, before we go into that, Nomad, here's a little research to do. How? I mean, there are ways to do it, but I'll let you look at how, and then make a beautiful graphic up, and then we'll talk about it. But you have spoken many times about you exercising on a stationary bike.
Mm-hmm.
How do you generate power utilizing a stationary bike? Go.
Wow, Triple R. You know what? Before you answer, Nomad, you're a fucking smart dude, Trip, because I was thinking the exact same thing, because that's what I would do. Like, I would basically create a society of people. Somebody got to ride a bike, or even if you don't use a bike, you could use
treadmill.
You use
what did Right just say right there? Sun takes care of everything. Let me tell you something else. You gotta know that what Trish just said basically went into inertia. The power of inertia will generate energy through the design that he just got through describing. That generates that. Hold on, one other thing. Also, water. That's ancient power. Water generates power.
So there's a yes to both of these things, and we'll move on. The no is somebody has to build the infrastructure around it to enable that, whether it's solar, whether it's inertia, kinetic, treadmills, bicycles, water. Somebody has to build that infrastructure and then continually manage it. Make sure it's upkept, make sure it's working. That's what we do in today's society. If society collapses, I don't see that being in place.
Well, here's the thing that I would love to develop now. For fuck's sake, I'm sharing this with y'all, Nomads, but I swear to God, if somebody comes up with the actual design of it and I don't get a taste, I'm gonna be mad as a motherfucker. I'm gonna be mad as a motherfucker. All right, but we need, like somebody mentioned, Lord Crimson, hydroelectric, true, solar, true. If there's a way using AI, I'm sure there is, but a apartment or house-based system, so big enough and small enough. Let's say something the size of this small chest freezer here, but it's a kinetic energy thing that utilizes the sun that utilizes hydroelectric. That's a perpetual water kind of motion thing, so that the water keeps moving and it's generating electricity because of the hydroelectric effects. And so as it, let's say just PVC pipe and moving around, as it moves this part of the pipe, it spins the motor, to generate to make the electricity. And then there are several motors all the way around, and then the water just goes back to the top. But you need power to make that run. You can utilize solar, or you can utilize some sort of hand or foot crank to charge it up enough to keep the water motion. And then as that motion perpetually goes around, it generates electricity. Now there has to be some way to make that in a small enough footprint, but make enough wattage to be feasible. That's the problem.
Do you want to know how you do that? How you solve it?
Yeah.
You and this is the craziest shit. Watch me now. So gym equipment. Yeah, brother. So you create a gym within the footprint of whatever you're trying, the apartment building you're trying to power. And people work out. And as they go downstairs and they work out,
it charges up the building's battery.
Charges the entire building, stores that energy in a battery, and you just keep on doing it. Everybody's on a cycle. You have to fucking go to the gym. You know what I mean? Like, there's no I don't feel like going to the gym. No.
Because it's metered, so we know what you made, what you didn't make. We know what you're consuming with whatever it is you're plugging in that's taking wattage.
You don't go to the gym, your power
so you got to earn your keep.
Yeah, that's how you do it. You make it a social thing.
Let me say this to close. Let me close this out.
Right on. I like
know
that.
the definition.
Like that? That's brilliant. I thank you.
You know what kinetic energy means, right?
Yeah. We just brought that up.
Well, you know kinesis, right?
Yeah.
There's a whole story to that, but it's not, since we got to move on to the next thing, I just want to say this to close it out. In these survival situations, guess what? People are going to have to use ingenuity. And guess what? Ingenuity is what kept us surviving all these centuries, century after century after century after century. Ingenuity. Corruption has come in and basically overshadowed the ingenuity that humans naturally have. The growth, the evolution that humans naturally have has been monetized and turned into something that I don't like, but that's for another conversation. But it is deep enough to have that conversation. But small chest freezer, trust me, it is $40 to $50 cheaper than the ones that I purchased at the time that I purchased. So this is a really good time to go and get you one of these. Even if you live in an apartment, it is worth that $90 to $100 that you're going to pay for that thing with taxes. It is worth it. It's going to help you survive in a tight spot, man. So just, you have to plan for those tight spots. Whatever you think of the conversations that we're having right now, whether you think they're realistic or not, plan for the tight spots. Plan for it. All right.
Lord Crimson, speaking of planning for the tight spots, he's saying water. You need a water source. And now in the system that I'm proposing that kids was talking about modified, once the water's in there, it's a closed system. So the water would stay in that perpetual motion. But the only loss would you obviously have for evaporation, to account for that. But water-wise, you can get condensation, but then there's also the atmospheric water generation. So they can convert the humidity from the air into, potable water. And it's a huge system now to be effective, not apartment size, but, the size of a water cooler tank thing, with the big 5-gallon tank on top of it, and that tank, you can convert something like that or make something like that to where you can now generate water from the atmosphere. But of course, will depend on conditions, your location, the amount of humidity in the air, or whatever process that is, the salts or the sun or whatever the fuck it is. You can use that for water. Then you have hook up your exercise equipment, whether it be a bike or whatever, to generate power, into a generator, just like a crank thing, except you're cranking with your legs, or a row machine, or whatever cardio equipment it is. So that way you can keep whatever it is you need charged, and all of that will fit within an apartment, or a house. So these are all, ideas that you can build on. These aren't the be all end all, but a point of conversation starting or thought starting. So yeah, get with us in the comments, whether it's on the Nomad Network at Kaz Canuck or Sports Chicago Style, because every Wednesday on Extra Sauce, we talk about good shit like this. So appreciate all the comments going on. So yeah, Nomad, keep it rolling.
All right, so let's take it to another level. Let's go to another space, and somebody trips us in that apartment, and he's basically wrung out the towel, and he's basically gone as far as he could in that apartment. Now he's got to move around. Now he's got to get that to go pack. He's got to get that bug out pack going. And as he moves into or around the city, now, you got to think about it this way. Certain parts of the city could be gridlocked. And I'm talking about with certain people, certain kinds here and there. You don't want to go here. You don't want to go there because there's trouble over there, or this or that. It's flooded, whatever the situation is. But you need to get out of where you are in point A. And you need to get to B, and you don't know exactly where B is, but you need to make it work for yourself. And I don't know if I'm going to throw you for a loop here, but I'll explain once I put this on there. This is a Silcock key. And it's as low as as high as $14.99, as low as $6.99. If you got any questions about this trip, I'm willing to explain.
Isn't this I'm just gonna ask a question and then you're gonna explain it. But isn't this kind of like a universal key lock Jimmy kind of tool gadget thingy?
Kind of.
What up, King? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, in a way, but it's if you see there tapered onto the bottom of there, you see a Phillips screwdriver and a flathead screwdriver addition to it. You buy that piece, that's what you get that comes with it. It's a nice little hand heavy tool here. This is like almost like when you're walking around the city and you're just trying to find a way to survive. This is going to be the key to get water. So your water spigots, your water mains, and different things like that. This is the key to open those up.
Universal tool.
So the people that left their homes and people have come by there and tried to get their water spigot going. The water spigot handle is gone, but for a fact that there's probably water in their water heater that they don't know that's in their water heater. And that all you got to do is turn this on, you can pull that water out. This is your survival until the next point.
How inch-wise is that 4-way? It's not as big as a 4-way, like changing the spare 4-way, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
But it's enough that would fit like in your hand?
This is for your industrial buildings or homes. So you can go to a residential home and open up any water main. You can go to a residential building and open up any water main with either one of these four. It's durable like that. It's a 4-way. It's just basically like a jack iron kind of, but to open up mains.
Yeah, but now is this gonna fit in your bug out bag?
Absolutely. It fits in your hand.
Okay, so it's small. Okay, so it's a hand twist crank thing.
That's why I brought it up. So it's just something you definitely stick in your bag. And you make sure you have multiple. Buy 3 of them. You keep one for your home, You keep one for your bug out bag. You keep one for your car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at that price, yeah, one on the keychain. Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, that's if you gotta move around.
This is see, this is one of those, how you got a lady, so of course or if she's not like that. But for those, they got the Tiffany bracelets, and you can have the same bracelet, but you just add more charms, whatever interest or hobbies or wherever the fuck that the jewelry is. This Silcock key, settle down, Red Baron. I know where you're going with that. Settle down. Hey now. You have it on your a key ring that a few keys on. You don't have to utilize the keys for anything, just have keys because everything's electronic now anyway. But have this on, have a multi-tool on there. All the tools that fit on a key ring just have on a key ring. You know what I mean? So this is something that's a way to organize
It's
that
a little
stuff.
heavier than key ring. It's a lot heavier than key ring. This will break.
Key ring, but a key chain. How about that?
No, you don't want that on there.
No, it's connected to a chain right there. You see it on there?
It'll fit the entirety of your hand.
Yeah, that's fine. But it's connected to you. So you have all your like tools on a ring, or like a over here. Maybe it's easier if I show you. Hold on. Here's what I'm talking about. Yeah, there we go. See, I'm thinking that this thing right here, can you see that? That's keys. Yeah. And that's a key ring, but this is a multi-tool.
It's way heavier than that.
Okay, so it's bigger than that. Yeah, that's why I was trying to judge the size of that thing. Because like this, you got
order
Phillips, you got the flathead, you got the smaller flathead, and you got the different head. It opens up into like the little pliers right here and grip shit, but it all fits onto a key ring.
That's gonna fit the entirety of one of your ass cheeks, bro.
Oh well, hey, settle down now. You going into Red Baron territory, but okay, but yeah, so it's gonna take up some space in that go bag.
It's just heavier than it is big.
Okay.
So just imagine the width of your hands. Just imagine the width of your hands, and putting something dense and heavy enough in there to feel like it's a blunt object to hurt somebody.
Pause.
I'm just telling you what it is.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I understand that, but like this same multi-tool I said that fits on your key ring, you open it up this way, you put it in your hand this way, and now look what you got coming out of this way.
Well, let's keep going. Let's talk about this.
I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Let's talk about this and what it can be useful for somebody that's everybody's out there, and they might be scared to go to one part of the town or the next, and they're confined to this area, and they're all trying to figure out how they can get water because they can't get to a water source. This is how you get it.
But I don't. Is the problem that the water is turned off at the houses, or that just the water system in general is down because the grid is down?
Exactly. That's it.
But if the water system is down because the grid is down, even if you unlock the water, how does that help?
Because the water in the water tanks is already been there. The water tank in the basement of your apartment complex is already water that's been siphoned out of the water system. And so all you got to do is bleed it out and you got fresh water. So after that, then there's a whole other conversation. But at that point, there's multiple homes, multiple businesses, multiple units, places that haven't had those water tanks bled out. And those are your water sources to get from this part of town to the next part of town. Okay, we done getting everything on this 3 or 4 block radius. We've got all the water in every home, every business in that area. Now we have to move to this part. You get what I'm saying? You've gotten all the water in that area. Now it's time to get the water in this area, and they're all in the tanks everywhere.
Yeah, I just wouldn't see. This is something I wouldn't think of is like the main would make any difference. Now I would think about the actual hot water heater tanks. You know, those that store a few gallons. What up, Aunt Moss? I would think about, you know, the back of the toilet tanks, you know, that don't have any chemical cleaners, anything are in there. Um, think about anything under sinks, but because now remember to access the switch, not the switch, it's not a switch, but the to connect this Silcott key to, you're gonna have to dig down like what 3-4 feet to get to that connection to the street if that's what you're trying to open and close, right?
No, that's a different kind of screw.
Well, now so what is this connecting to?
This is for your spigots.
Spigots.
For your water spigots inside and outside the house or building.
Oh, like the that you attach the hose to.
Faucets, hoses, all that stuff, spigots outside, water, you know, whatever you got on the inside, this will work for both of those. So if you got to go on the inside to get it out of the water tank, you get it out that way. If you got to go on the outside to get it out of the water tank, it's all coming from the same source, your water tank. It's all coming from that place. So that's where this is valuable as anything you have in your arsenal.
What's that red piece that looks like an eraser down there?
I think that's a plug.
Okay.
That's a plug.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Silcott key. I've heard the term before, but I thought it was some kind of disgusting, dirty thing, and I didn't want to go out like Red Baron, so I ain't mess with it.
Okay, so did it intrigue you enough to make you interested? Because I think you should.
Yeah, I'll see what it is, but also we'll see how much it weighs, because I don't know if in that situation do you use this tool to try to get to the water in the house, or do you keep moving? So it depends on if you have a safe location enough to utilize this thing, or it's like stick and move. You know what I mean? So
it's like the feel of a medium size hand tool, like a channel lock or something.
Yeah, so that's good 3-4 pounds.
No, it ain't.
Yeah,
a channel lock, a medium sized channel lock.
Yeah,
going 3 or 4 pounds. Now you mincing, dude. Get you one.
Well, I mean, because just a pound. I mean, it adds up because remember, this is your bag that you're humping, and you remember you already got us humping a chainsaw, so you put this thing in there too.
So I guess my my Jameson bottle opener. That's about, I'd say about a quarter to half a pound in weight. I shouldn't put that in my bag because it's too heavy.
You say a half a pound for a bottle opener?
This is a nice thick, like if you get a nice Jameson like a celebration package, like a Christmas package, it comes with all kinds of glasses, shot glasses, and all kinds of little cool ass trinkets that comes with that package. One of the things in there is a big, huge bottle opener. And I love that thing. So whenever I get beer that has to be bottle open, so I'm not going to put that in my bag.
You whipping that out.
I'm not going to put that in my bag because it's a few ounces more than, come on, man. I'm just trying
but that's more of a decorative item. That's not an emergency bug out item. You get a tool like this and you can open bottles with it, or
my bottle opener is an emergency tool. Period. I run into some beer, I'm gonna stop and drink that shit.
Well, yeah, but as long as it can do more than just open bottles.
Yeah.
Because like you see this multi-tool, this thing can open bottles. And this weighs a few ounces. Because remember, your bug out bag, especially something that I don't know if we mentioned, but when you talked about the vacuum sealer,
Hey,
we were talking
keep
about
talking, Trish.
food.
Give me 1 second. I gotta pop right quick.
Yeah, go ahead. But when we were talking about vacuum sealers last week for food storage, those are also useful for clothing. I mean, you can use Ziploc bags. You can use something that will keep you a change or two of clothing, of undergarments, socks, underwear, shirts, pants, wool, sweaters, hoodies, whatever your clothing garments are, but it will keep those clean and dry. And so if you vacuum seal clothing into the sealer, now it can get wet, it can be submerged, and it's not going to get wet. So if you need it in an emergency situation, not only does the vacuum sealer keep the clothing protected, but it keeps it compact. So you can pack more, within a small bag that you're transporting, and then when you open it, obviously, boom, it comes back to life out there. But you can see what it is, or you can label it if you can't see what it is. But so that sealer is good for more than just food. I wanted to throw that in there as well, as we're trying to lessen weight, so you can bring your seal cock key. Wait, kids, go get some food.
No, he's probably taking a shit, but my bad.
Nice.
I got back in here. My final thoughts about this is what I always say every week when we do this stuff. It's not for entertainment purposes. It's just for your own information and giving you ideas on things that you can do to strengthen up your situation. And, we pray that none of these situations have to ever occur in the first place. But to buffer your situation and buffer yourself, your family, and to give you, for at the minimum, just a little bit more time to get to the next thing that you need to get to for your survival. These are things that you can have within your domicile, your home, or wherever you're located to help. That's the point. Wherever it goes in conversations and funny stuff, the laughter, and whether is it worth it, all that kind of stuff is to your discretion. What do you think you need for you in your home? These are ideas for you, man. And every week we'll come up with stuff to help you prepare, because I think it's important right now. I don't think the world is stable whatsoever. I know this country ain't, but that's a whole other conversation. But this is the reason why we do this, man. Any last thoughts about the Silcock key? Because I was hoping that this was going to be something that kind of surprised you a little bit and made you think, man.
Yeah, I mean, it did, because that is I've thought of many times, or not thought about, but looked into, and different ways to purify water, to find water, but never a tool to turn the water on, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like this, keychain. This has got a little measuring tool on it, but you can it's ridged in there. You can open the caps with that. But this right here, this is my one of my keychain tool. But you put your fingers in there like that.
See, you're getting violent about it. Let me say this to you, Trip. Look, think about the space in between yourself and where your sister lives in Hyde Park, right?
Cousin, but yeah.
Okay, cousin. Wherever that family member is, you're trying to get to there to see about them. Think about the chaos that can happen in between where you're at and Hyde Park, and what you might have to do to survive, to get there.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. If she's trying to get to you, whatever.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen. Yeah, it's me getting there.
Think about the hundreds of thousands of water tanks that ain't been bled because people panicked and left the hell up out of there in a rush. That's going to help you get there.
Yeah, true. But most water tanks, there's a turning knobby thingy on the bottom of it to drain it. And
You
if
know,
they've left in a hurry, that means that the tank's still going to be full. So you don't really need to unlock it.
you know
You
what
know,
else they're good for? You know what else they're good for?
what's that?
Trade it in for weight and steel and recycle.
Yeah, that's true. But that was kind of my point of because it has some substance to it. It's it's gonna be hard to carry. I mean, because you got to hump that shit around, and it's
Uh,
like you can find enough metal like that. Whereas this is an actual keychain, and like this, you can put in security things with your keys. It's no big deal, and you can utilize it if you need to break glass in case of emergency. You use the back with a hammer fist for self-defense purposes. You come forward with a straight fist. So this is just a very basic is it a what do you call it, Kubaton? I think I forget the name. I think it's Kubaton or something like that. But it's different than the Silcott key, but still useful. But it's not as heavy, and like the key right here is like, because you got to think about your bag.
all right.
You got to think about your
following.
bag.
I'm following. I'm following. But I think we need to get to the next part of the conversation, which I'm got to. Unfortunately, you guys, I don't see kids here, and since he ain't here, we're gonna have to skip over the Philadelphia store. We're gonna have to save it for a week because we don't have our full team, man. 'Cause I had a whole thing planned for Samo, and Samo's gonna be. He just texted me he's gonna be here Sunday to complete his draft, and so shout out to Samo for that. He's gonna come here and do that Sunday. And tonight, because Kev's ain't here and he's my conversation piece about this story, we're gonna hold on. But we got other stuff to talk about. We got other stuff to talk about. So let me pull this off the screen and let me get to it. Give me 1 second while I do it. We got other stuff to talk about, man. We definitely do. So, Triple R. This is rated one of the, I don't know, what do you want to call it? The best movies or movie series of movies of all time. And for a lot of different reasons. Maybe it's because because at the time when this movie came out, this movie was so unique, but not unique at the same time, because this is real life brought to the screen in different parts of the country. This particular story took place in Sicily, brought to New York, and on it went. And this is the Godfather, what's it called, trilogy, or however many movies they made out of it. But you talking about a profound impact on culture, whether it was white culture, black culture, Asian culture, whatever culture it was, it had a profound impact on life. This was a very powerful movie, but for the wrong reasons, I'd say, in my culture.
I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. Marlon Brando, the young Godfather, and it's a anti-hero kind of hero thing, that we as a society have with the bad guys, with the gangsters, with the mafia, with the yakuza, with the triads. They all have their heroes. Look at the Sopranos. Bad guys, all of them, but we love the Tony Soprano. And this guy here, we see the rise of his soldiering throughout the family. We see his family and how they're treated within the family, and all of the mob ties and the influence and the corruption and the violence all related to it. And this, some say they should have just stopped with this one and not made part 2 or part 3.
I disagree with
Whatever.
that.
Huh?
I strongly disagree with that. I'd have been
So
pissed off.
you like this as the foundation for those going forward?
Yes, it's I'd have been pissed off if I'd have seen this for the first time when it was coming out, and that's the end of it. No. Mm-mm.
Believe you wanting more. That's the trademark, the sign of a good movie.
Well, it's
I
a
don't know if
trademark
Lord
of a
Clemson thinks this is stereotypical or not, but it's
if
a
you don't
historic
mind,
look with
if you don't mind, Trip,
Hollywood.
let me paint you into the kind of mind I have.
Yeah, go
And
ahead.
I don't think you're that much different as far as this goes. I am drawn to unique scripts. And so of course this thing was way old by the time I saw it. But at the time, this had to be so unique that it was game changing for a lot of people. I'm drawn to unique stories, unique scripts. And so if it's different than the humdrum every other movie, it's like everybody wants to talk about this, everybody wants to talk about that, or make a movie, TV show about this or that. Unique scripts. There's a reason why I told you guys, and you guys were blown away when I told you The Matrix was the best movie I ever saw. There's a reason why I said that. It's because it's the most unique script that I have ever seen to this day that I've ever seen. And it intrigued me that much. That's why I think it's the best movie ever. Same thing with this right here. I think it hits a lot of people that way.
And I think it hits that way because like some of the best scripts are some of the ones that are most believable, and that makes this some most believable because it's just the real life drama, the back alley deals, you know the the all of the criminal element, mixing and corrupting with the politicians and the lawyers and the good part of society, and how these underground criminal enterprises make their money, off of the vices of society. So it's like, hey, we don't make these people do this stuff. These people want to do this stuff. We're just providing a service over here. But then, they also show the side where there are morals, because hey, we don't mess with the dope. You know what I mean? They weren't about the dope, but they were. You know what I mean? Spoiler alert, 40 years after the fact. But for this part of it, part of the imagery of the movie poster here, where it says, the Godfather, and at the bottom, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. I'm going to lean on this motherfucker till he gives me what I want. But at the top, it's the hand on the not marionette, the puppet handle things, control things, but pulling the strings,
Yeah.
behind the scenes.
String puppet.
String pull, you know what I mean? So I want this to happen. I'm gonna make this happen, but out there, they don't know I'm making this happen. So behind the scenes kind of thing. So they keeping it on the low, keeping it discreet. But then the acting and the actors that came from this, movie, just from this early part of it, I wish Kez was here, because he would love him some Abe Vigoda fish.
That looks like Kid right there.
See there, speak of the devil.
The devil shall appear.
You know what I mean? But you like you some Abe Vigoda fish, in the original Godfather.
Well, let me say this before you go, kids. The thing about the Godfather, I think that's most profound for everybody, is wherever you were. I'm just imagining what that was during that time when this movie came out, where you were in that chain, that food chain, where you were, and how it relates to you in that food chain, whether you was on the bottom of that food chain, or one of his guys was coming to lean on you about, hey man, you owe us something. We make sure you take care of down there. You're one of those people that was just delivering milk. You was delivering food. You whatever you was, or were you a shop owner, or were you up on the echelon? Were you owning a company? Were you owning a company that wasn't really paying taxes to the Italians for your safety? All the way up until wherever you think the top of the echelon is. It's just where people related to all of those areas. That's how I think this movie became profound, because that's just like the motherfucker down the street that I know. You know, that's where this movie became profound for people at that time, I think. But I didn't live during that time, so I don't know. But go, kids.
Me either. I didn't live during that time either. I only like this movie to a certain extent. It's a good movie. I like it, but the Godfather 2, Godfather 3, I can live without, much like The Matrix. At the end of the day, it's a good film, man. I have to go up and take care of some business. The godmother and the goddaughter upstairs are very upset, very upset. They're very upset about the laundromat. I had to take care of business. The laundry wasn't working. I had to, set some things up.
The family business.
Family business got taken care of. Looks like the laundry's working. Everything's moving in the way that it should be moving. Money's coming in. It's coming out. Things are being washed. It's laundered. You know what I mean. It's a good film though. I like Marlon Brando. He's a great actor. He's a good actor. Yeah, that's my 2
Quick
cents.
question. Favorite version of it? 1, 2, 3. Which one?
Easily The Godfather 1. The first film is a good film. It's a good story. It really gives you a good understanding of the mafioso culture. Outside of that, The Godfather 2 is more of an expose with
what they did to my boy, Sonny.
It gives you the family. And then Godfather 2 is really what you get. And I appreciate that, but not as much as just the mafioso culture expose that the original film was. That's it.
Part 3, that was, the rise of a young Al Pacino. Hey, bitch, I told you, don't ask me about my business. Do that shit again. Don't.
I didn't like that.
See, I like him better.
That's what he had to lay down the law at home, though. Because remember, that was
he didn't say it that way. Trips, stop misquoting shit. You paraphrase.
That was the gist.
No,
yeah, I don't remember the exact quote. It was like 40 years
that's
ago.
Trips' gist.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm sure we've all seen the movie, but he never wanted to live that lifestyle. He never wanted to be that. But because in The Godfather, he was
no. Correction. He absolutely wanted to do it, and his dad was trying to keep him away from it, but he insisted.
You talking Al Pacino?
You talking about Michael?
Yes.
Okay, talking Michael Corleone.
His dad did everything he could to keep him away from that, but his son insisted.
Well, and Sonny was encouraging him, though. His brother, the other son.
Yeah,
peer pressure, big time.
Well, yeah, his brother though. Yeah, so
that's why I didn't think. That's why I think it's important, because there's a story within what you just said right now, and what we're talking about right now is everybody thinks they want something until they F around and get it. You see your father, a powerful man that everybody comes to for favors, and you need this for that, you need that for this. Everybody comes to my father. I want to be like my father because he's powerful. And the father tells his son, like, hey, son, no. I want you to be this lawyer. I want you to be
upstanding.
Yes, I want you to be legal. I want you to be I want you to be a legit person. I don't want you in what I'm
be a citizen.
It's not as sexy as you think. And so he did everything he could to keep his son away from it. And the most profound part of that movie to me is where he finally gave in and said, you know what? I can't do nothing about why you want to be like me, but I understand why you would want to. It's just not what you think it is, son. And I'm trying to push you away from it. That's the most profound part of The Godfather to me.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the options. You had Sonny, who was all in. You had Michael, who was, smarter and could have been anything. And then you had Fredo, who wasn't good for shit.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's a good look.
But also, kids, before you go, something about this movie that you sleep on is the cinematography, the way that it's shot, the way that it's filmed, as well as the music.
So what about this, Trips? What about the stress after the dad dies or after Pop dies? Michael assumes this role and assumes this position, and he enjoys it for the most part until some of the drawbacks he starts to see.
Blood
Later.
on the hands.
And he gets old and he realizes that, man, now I see what my dad was talking about. I don't like this life, and I'm trying to do everything I can to pull us away from this life because it's that negative. And it just drew all the energy out of him. It drew all the energy out of him. And he became this vile human being that only becomes vile human beings doing vile things.
Well, because now remember,
hold on, Trips.
Okay.
Whether you're the individual that's doing it or not, you're responsible for it. And so that drew on his energy.
Well, that also, but it wasn't just about, them, the family leaning on businessmen, small, medium, and large. They had to not only, keep that muscle and that front, that fear, intimidation factor, but they had other families that were leaning on them, to turn and take their business, so they had to maintain their hold as well as being part of, was it the 5 families?
Yeah, dog eat dog, right?
You know what I mean? So you got 4 other families that's waiting for you to slip up so they can, come in and, snatch up your shit, smoke you.
If that's the core of if that's the core of how you maintain your presence, your power, that's a sick existence to have to live because you have to continue to be vile. You have to continue to be violent. You have to continue to be despicable and do things. Hold on, Trip. You have to do things to people that you necessarily don't want to do, but you have to send people to do those things. And the weight of that, we're talking about the movie. The weight of that in the movie, I can see on Michael Corleone, is what I'm trying to get at. Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead, kids.
You can see it on the Godfather himself as well. It's not as prevalent, but that's just the person that he is. It's the power that he holds. Michael could never really be that guy that his father was, right? As much as he tried, as hard as he tried, he couldn't really hold that weight the way that a seasoned veteran like the Godfather really was at the end of the day. It's 2 different things. You have to grow into it and live with all of that pain, destruction, and despicableness as you outlined there. So it's a fantastic mafioso story. Shout out to the Scrolls for playing Mafia. It's a good game. It's very similar in content and idea, but to what Trips was a little while ago, the cinematography and soundtrack, the scoring really gives you a good frame of what this time was all about for these people.
And now to Nomad's point about the weight of the decisions of what you witness, what you have to order, what you have to do. You look at the difference between the members of the family, and some were clearly more sociopathic than others. You know what I mean? And they were just living for that shit. Yeah, psychopaths, sociopaths, all of that. Whereas, Michael did have empathy. So he had to awaken.
He was a smarter guy. He did that, and this is part of the reason. It's part of the reason why his father didn't want him in the gangster business. He wanted him.
I wouldn't say smart. He's calculated.
I'm gonna say
smart. I don't think he was as much of a sociopath.
I'm gonna say smart. He became calculated when he realized that he really wanted to be a part of this business.
Yeah.
And that required calculation.
Because if you look at his initiation, if you will, It wasn't like he enjoyed it. It was just something that he had to do. And so a lot of what happens what in the movie and in real life are the non sociopaths and psychopaths, utilize the drugs, the vino, the wine, the liquor, the gumars, the prostitution to deaden that pain of what they had to do for a living. Whereas, the sociopaths, they just did it because they wanted to party and didn't give a shit.
All right, let me ask you guys a question. And this before we get into the next one, we got one last thing to get into. What was the in the movie that really got you? Is there anything in this movie that got you cringing? Because I can think of something off the top of my head. Just that part. This anything that made you cringe.
No, because it was by the time I had seen this movie, I grew up in Inglewood, south side of Chicago. So I had seen betrayal. I had seen people, backstab one another. I had seen people muscle, all the things that had happened in this movie I had seen in the hood. It just wasn't, the same people doing it. It was people that looked like me. And then I saw some people that looked like them rolling through the hood that worked with people that looked like me. That what I mean? So I had seen it already. So it was like, oh yeah, he gonna do that. Oh yeah, back he gonna turn up, in the park. He ain't gonna turn up at all. You know what I mean? He just gonna disappear. And it's like, oh yeah, stuff fell off a truck. I know somebody who got the hookup. And it was just kind of like I understood this world, the dark side, because I had already been exposed to it. So it was just kind of like, just another movie.
Yeah, there's nothing jumps. It's been a long time since I've seen this film. Nothing really jumps out to me. Similar to Triple R, I growing up with Italians, there's two things for me. It's unfortunate I saw Scarface before this movie. It kind of tainted this movie a little bit for me. I did see, I did grow up with Italians, as I said, and those guys, this movie kind of explained a lot of the culture differently for me than I really would have put together before this film. After they made a lot of stuff makes some sense, but that's it. That's nothing really jumped out to me.
It for me, it's the part where I don't know which movie it was. I don't know if it was the second or third iteration of it. But when the guy loudmouthed him, the Vegas guy loudmouthed him and told Michael, it's definitely the second or the third one, loudmouthed him, and at the end of it, it was him telling him like, you know who I am, and what I can do. You don't want to
Mo Green,
that part, and he used an innocent horse and took his dome off and put him in. Like that was hair raising to me.
Well, it had to send a message, because he was getting a little too big for his
animal that didn't have shit to do with it.
The what?
That still was an animal that have shit to do with nothing.
The animal.
No
the animals getting a message.
No animals were harmed in this film.
Well, except they were. Because I mean, they didn't care about people. Quiet, they cared less about animals.
Be quiet, goddamn it! He gave you one.
I'm just messing around, man. I'm sorry,
but yeah, that was the only disturbing part that got me like, oh man, come on, dog. All right, now give me on the flip side of that, give me something that was like really heartwarming to you. That was like, okay, this is what it's supposed to be. Heartwarming. I can give you one.
Cannot refuse a request on the day of my daughter's wedding.
Okay, yeah.
I'll give you this one. It was a fact. I'm going back to the nucleus. It was him trying to keep his son away from that shit. That was heartwarming to me. That was him being real with his son. And it's like, son, I know what it looks like. You don't want this, man. I don't want it. And I'm here telling you that I had to live through this, and you don't want this. Get us the fuck away from this. That was the most poignant thing of the entire series to me.
I mean, but if you think about this too. How many people in their own family did they unalive themselves?
Yep,
Well,
that's quite a few.
You know what I mean? So being a member of the family wasn't no guarantee of protection, from anybody, including own family. You know what I mean? So
but Trips, the thing is, you're running straight to the violence, and I'm running to the story of the subtle story that was being told by the father before Michael got himself knee deep into this shit. And that's the point I'm trying to make is you saw a loving, doting father trying to sway his son away from where he was, like go anywhere, do anything, be a senator, be anything, be a scientist, be anything, but don't be me. That was the point of The Godfather. And that son didn't listen, and look what happened to the son.
He got 2 sequels. Because he was in charge of the family. If he had went on to become a senator, ain't no sequels. So but it showed that it's like, all right, he got what he wanted, what he thought he wanted. We saw what happened to Sonny. Is like he always had that hanging over his head. He always was looking side eye at his closest, most devoted employees, because he knew that any one of them could, flip. So, I mean, just the uncomfortability of being the king, the godfather, if you will, because there was no comfortable times. I think the most comfortable thing about the movie was part 3, the way that the Marlon Brando character went out. You know what I mean? Playing monster in this tomato patch with the grandkids.
No, that was more like 1 or 2.
Oh, well, whenever he went out peacefully. With the family, it was quick. He wasn't in pain. It wasn't in violence.
Trips, is you so morbid? Listen, man, I want to say
talking about The Godfather.
You morbid. You go right to the dead part of the shit, and it's about that tomato patch that he was in with his son and watching his little grandson running around in there and trying to chase him that when he passed away. But before that, it was him trying to impress upon his son that this is not the way.
Yeah, that didn't stick.
This is let me finish, man. This is not the way. This is not the way. And I think that's the most powerful part of the movie to me is that moment, and whatever happened after that to me was just whatever.
Yeah, that was
what I mean.
So that was poignant, but that didn't sell tickets.
When you have children, that's what we're trying to get at. We ain't talking about selling tickets. We're talking about the emphasis of the script. We ain't talking about how many children he had.
I mean, but it's kind of hard to say, kid, don't do this if you.
I'm not gonna let you muddy this up, Trip. I'm not gonna let you muddy it up.
But if the parent isn't a criminal mastermind, it doesn't hit the same.
Not today. Not today. How about this?
We can't relate to Michael.
My last thoughts about The Godfather. I think it's a very accurate movie for that point in time. The series was very accurate for that point in time. I don't know what that means. I don't know what this movie is to people that live today in this time. But I know that during that time, I'm pretty sure that was extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. And people can relate to every single one of those characters in all of those roles. And I think this was a mirror to America. And in New York at that particular time, in particular, this was a mirror to what the world is. And so that's my last thoughts about The Godfather before we get into this last one. and that is this. This you talking about unique stories that make you just like, oh, I like this. This is another one, and I'll just let you guys.
I
I
haven't
will,
seen this yet.
No,
ooh,
it's on Amazon Prime right now if you got that.
I got it.
But just all right, so because you haven't seen it, just non-spoiler wise, the movie is Sinners, starring Michael B. Jordan. He plays a dual role, twin brothers, Smoke and Stack. You know, Smoke Stack, get it? And it's set back in the Prohibition era, 1930s, circa ish, and they are in the South, I believe Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, all the same shit to me. And it's a story that combines music of the era from different genres of the era, that combines a gangster story, that combines a love story, that combines a horror movie genre story. It has a lot of different famous character actors that you know from different things. You may not know their names, but you'll be like, "Oh shit, that's that dude," or "That chick," and it all comes together from a new or young director with a what's his name, Coogler? What's his name, Ryan Coogler?
Ryan Coogler directed
Ryan
Black
Coogler.
Panther.
Yeah, Black Panther. There you go.
That's why this is him and Michael B. Jordan back together again.
There you go. So yeah, so it's that them back together again, and it's yeah, he okay. Oh, he's young, but he was the director of Black Panther and Creed. So Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan back
Him
together
and
for a
Michael
third
B. Jordan back together again.
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 Right. So it's a very good movie. It's the cinematography is good again. The costuming is good for the era. The vernacular and the slang, and you get it from the today's perspective of what's going on, but looking back on it, and then you go like, oh shit, that was funny. It's like, oh shit, that was scary. It's like, oh shit, that was angry, because there was also the time of, you know, the Klan and black people's relations with, you know, so that was also intertwined within all of the other storylines that I mentioned before. So it's like, you know, sex, drugs, rock and roll, but for back then. So yeah, this movie got all. It's got violence, it's got shooting, it's got fighting, it's got actual, you know, you know what I mean? And because you're a thief, come on, steal some of it. Yeah, yeah, it's got nice one-liners. It's a very entertaining film.
I will say this, man. I will say this. When I talk about unique, that's what I mean when I'm looking for a script or a story or a movie. I love unique. I'm drawn to unique. It comes out in everything that I do. I'm always looking for unique. Everything has got to be unique. And so, what I would say to this, without giving the entire story away to your kids, because you should fucking see this. And when you do, you'll have a whole lot to say about this. So I'll keep this in mind. So whenever you're ready to bring this back up, we'll be able to pull it up and have a conversation. But to not give the story away to you, um, this is set in the early 1900s. I would just say. I don't know what time frame.
Prohibition, 1930s.
Yeah, okay, 1920s, 30s, prohibition, somewhere in that era where you can imagine what the the structure of the United States might have been. And these guys were in the deep south, somewhere in Mississippi, I believe. And what they did during that time, I take that back. I think this is somewhere around World War II. So it's in the 40s. So it's in the 40s. I believe that, I think that came through in the movie. Those two guys were in a war. And they came back from that war. And what they came back from that war, their mindset was this: And this is what happened. This movie happened, basically. And they are deadly determined to be successful and make some money and make their place in the world and make their imprint on the world. Little did they know that evil was always in the way. Evil was always something that you're going to have to contend with if you want to be successful. You're going to have to deal with this evil. And what the evil manifested itself into in this movie was something for the record books, bro.
And just for the generic overview, Sinners came out in 2025 last year. It's set in 1932 in the Mississippi Delta, specifically around the town of Clarksdale. The film is a genre-bending horror thriller that explores themes of racial violence, the Jim Crow era, and the supernatural. The story follows twin brothers returning home to open a juke joint during this period.
Just be quick talking. Man, you done told him the whole goddamn movie, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to tell him.
Well, but I didn't tell him the movie. I told him what it's about.
What you basically did, man. Quit telling him the premise, man.
The premise is not the movie.
Dog. All right, kids, watch the movie.
I'm gonna
watch the movie, and I'm telling you, the twists and turns. Like if I was to continue to read that overview that Trips was trying to read you,
oh, that was it.
In the overview, will tell you basically frame it for you. But what happens in between the lines? It's like a football field that's just there. Fans are just there. But that football field has to include football players, the actors, everybody that plays every role, and the game has to play out. And basically, that's what it is. And you'll see exactly what we mean by that when I say that. The actors and the roles that they play were spectacular, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely just stunning roles.
Yeah, look at the cast list and you'll be like, oh shit, he's in that. You know,
and the scripts they were given. You know, you got Delroy Lindo who's playing a certain role in there, and you know most people don't know who Delroy Lindo is.
I believe he's Jamaican.
Wasn't the preacher? Wasn't that the dude that we were talking about last week?
Delroy Lindo was in Clockers. Delroy Lindo was in
what the hell was his name? Oh, damn it, what was that?
He was in Malcolm X.
Not Delroy. The other dude.
I don't know who that dude. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know his name. But Delroy Lindo played a powerful role in here. Very powerful. Delroy Lindo is an actor that whatever movie he's in, trust me, I'm watching that shit. Because he chooses his roles wisely. Delroy Lindo, his role in Malcolm deserves an Oscar.
Mm.
That's another movie we need to talk about. Malcolm is another movie, but that's when he really, really jumped off the screen to me, was in Malcolm. But
that's who that chick is. What's football related? What's my Josh Allen? Or
Haley Steinfeld? Yeah, that's Josh Allen.
You talking about Delroy Lindo and you talking about some chick.
Because she's the main girl in the movie. And she's
you know how many Oscars Delroy Lindo was up for right now?
Yeah, nice, cool. But Hailey Steinfeld, the chick that's in the movie, is the girlfriend of Josh Allen. Okay. And I wondered, it's like they kept saying Hailey Steinfeld. I never knew who the hell she was. And it's like, oh, that's who she is. Okay, now I understand. And I still don't care, but now I get it.
She's in a bunch of cool shit. But yes, Delroy Lindo is of Jamaican parentage. Lindo's like a regular Jamaican last name. And I wasn't sure, but now I'm sure.
Oh, and Buddy Guy's in this, the actual living Buddy Guy.
Oh, like Buddy Guy is in it?
Yeah, him. Oh, yeah. And Omar Benson. I love that guy. Omar Benson Miller. He's in like everything as just a character actor, but he's so adorable.
You would love him. He kind of look like you.
Aw.
Doesn't he?
I don't see it because he has hair, but okay. He has
If you had hair, you kind of resemble each other a little bit.
well, he has that adorable baby face. I could see that.
So,
But
all right,
this looks more like a grown-up baby kids, but okay.
All right,
let me stay on the perimeter for you kids and kind of put this movie in a nutshell for you. You can imagine what 1932 might have been like for some black men, twin black men, and with a wad of money from whatever actions they were doing to get that wad of money, they came to Mississippi to cash in on it, and things happen. The premise of it is the struggle and what black people have to go through. And this is what black people were going through during that time in the Delta of Mississippi. One of the worst places in the entire world for black people was the Delta of Mississippi. Yeah, like most people wouldn't want to find themselves dead down there.
Two
A lot of
cents.
people found themselves dead down there. What these dudes went down there to do is to go and make change. And in the event of them trying to make change, this movie happened.
Cool.
That's about as close to the edge as I can get, kids.
I'm with you. I'm just saying, if I'm coming back from the war with a pocket full of change, there's no way in God's green earth I'm going to Mississippi.
Well,
just want to put that out there.
If you're from there, you might feel a little bit different.
I don't give a shit.
Like
if you're from there, you probably know what's up there, and even still,
that would probably make you want to go down there to exact change even more.
Really? Okay. I'd probably want to go to.
It wouldn't make you want to run. You want to go down there and get revenge on the people that treated you like shit.
Oh, that's okay. Well, maybe revenge. If revenge is the modus operandi, perhaps I'd try to dodge it like that.
Not really, but he wanted to go down there and say, you know what, black people can be successful too. Let me show you.
Well, I would do that. I just wouldn't do it there. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Be quiet, Trish. Don't say nothing else.
He's holding his tongue
Don't
so
say
hard.
Nothing else. Don't say nothing else.
Yeah.
Either we're gonna wrap this show now, or we're gonna get into the Philadelphia experiment. Whatever y'all want to do.
Well,
watch the movie, kids. Watch the movie.
All right. This is one of those ones.
Anybody that has not seen the movie Sinners, go ahead and watch it, because this is a movie that Nomad is talking about different. That is not the stereotypical remake or sequel or cookie cutter, copy, just updated movie. This is original. This has genre-wise something for everybody that can kind of get into it. And the way it's intertwined, there's just enough that it's not too much, but there's enough to wet your beak, but not drown you, so to speak. Okay. This is a award type movie worthy. Whether it be the performances from the actors, whether it be the way the movie's put together, or the script, or the music, because the music, like Slender Man is dead, is saying
don't the music scene in the bar. Don't say too much here.
Yeah, the music scene in the barn was amazing because they're different music scenes because there's different genres. So there's different kinds of music in different places throughout the movie. But the music is amazing all throughout whatever genre you're into. And it's like, oh shit, that's okay. I feel you. And just the way that from 1932, but to have a 2025 flavor, if you will, in the way that Ryan Coogler intertwine those things is really imaginative and creative, and that's something that is entertaining, and that's something that I hope a lot of people look for in movies.
Thank you for biting your tongue, Triple R. Thank you so much, because I just saw you just dancing right there on the edge, man. And truth is, kids, I thought you saw it. That's the only reason I did this, because I could have sworn we had a conversation that.
Yeah, we did. I said I haven't seen it yet, and that was the end of the
No, that was at the time when I didn't see it yet. But I thought I could have swore
No,
But that's my fault.
no.
I wouldn't have done this week if I didn't think you saw this. But damn it, if you don't hurry up and go see this shit.
Right, because like look at Benjamin. He's saying Sinners needs a spinoff with the Native American characters. You got black characters, you got white characters, you got Italian characters, you got Irish characters, you get all kind of characters.
Right.
See the movie, kids. See the movie.
All right, I'm definitely gonna do it.
Dog, you can see this for free now. At this point, now you just gotta find a stream.
Chinese in there, yeah.
Just gotta find a stream, dog.
I'm terrible for new movies, man. I kind of the last couple of years, I've taken a bit of a reprieve from film. I'll be completely frank, man. Shit.
It's on your streaming services, wherever.
If it's on streaming, I'll pull it. Like me, I will pull it up one of these days and I'll sit back and watch it. But
Scrolls.
I mean, that's something that you can sit down with the daughter and the wife and all enjoy.
Okay.
Hey, Scrolls. Don't tell them shit.
Okay. All right.
I'm telling
them. It's a whole lot of hidden messages. It's one of those things where every few minute message, I'm like, oh shit. It's one of those thinkers. I mean, it's a very entertaining and thought-provoking movie.
Okay, so did you see your short that I put out talking about the Matrix kids? Because I got your take on it.
I think I missed. No, I didn't. I missed it.
Instead of my take on it and Triple R's take on it, I got your take on it, and I put that out instead of any of the other ones because of how you describe, the way the movie was presented to you in the theater, the promos and all that kind of stuff, the trailers and all that, how you responded to it and how it intrigued you. This, because I don't know that you've seen all the trailers and all the promos and all that kind of stuff.
I don't. So just for something to be said, I avoid movie trailers like the fucking plague.
Why, dog?
Because of the Matrix. That was sort of like the point of that comment. Because of the Matrix. The Matrix.
So basically, you saying the trailer will spoil it for you?
No, I'm saying that all trailers are spoilers for me. I'm saying that the Matrix trailer was the one trailer that had zero spoilers in it, and I went to the film and was honest to goodness punched in the face by what I watched. I did not know what to expect because it gave me nothing. The trailer was The Matrix with shit on a screen. What is The Matrix? Was the trailer. That was the entire trailer. And you're like, I don't know. What is it?
I agree with you and Scrolls. I do think that trailers give away too much. Sometimes the trailers are better than the movies. That I agree with. But every once in a while, the trailer will effing fool you.
I dodge them like the plague, like you wouldn't believe it.
I bet you won't dodge no Avengers.
No, bro, because I'm a comic book buff, I already know what these movies are potentially about. I dodge those even harder, bro.
I think you're bullshitting, man.
You're
too attracted to that shit, man. I don't believe you, dog.
I swear, you know what I mean? I swear to God, I do not watch trailers. I avoid them like the plague. They show up in my feed. I scroll fast. You know what I mean? I scroll past that shit so I don't watch it and don't see anything. Just the other day, I was working out with my cousin. And he was like, "Yo, did you realize that these people were going to be in the new Avengers movie?" And I was like, "Brother, don't even tell me. I don't want to know, because that'll get my brain going. And once my brain starts going through the annals of Avengers catalog that actually exists in my skull, I'll suss out the entire film. I don't want it. You know what I mean? I don't need it. I don't want it.
I agree to an extent because I'm a horror head and I like horror, and I haven't watched a new horror movie in I can't tell you how long because the promos just, and then I've watched a couple, 2 or 3 of them after watching the promos, and it's just way weak, and I'm just like, what? The promos and the I get it. I get it. I'm just telling you that every once in a while there's an imaginative, there's a guy out there with an imagination that knows that it's a person like you out there that thinks that the trailer is going to give you the entire thing. I think we just ran into a guy like that in this movie here. I don't know that many people that were talking about Sinners before it came out. So trailers must not have been that goddamn good. I don't know, Trips, if you heard about anybody talking about Sinners before the movie actually came out and was a blast.
I don't
know anybody was talking about it.
I don't know that I travel in the circles that would talk about upcoming movies and the buzz because I'm not in that world. But when it came out, I was like the pre-movie promotions I was familiar with because of Michael B. Jordan. You know, when they do their tour thing and they talk about it, and I was like, oh, Sinners. I had no idea what it was about. You know, I could tell just from the poster that, you know, there's some violence involved. So, of course, I'm going to go see it.
True Pilgrim says everybody was talking about Sinners.
There was a lot of
cool. But I didn't have those conversations because I don't talk about movies that are coming out. So
the person who sort of sparked my interest in this movie is a surprising person. And it's Aldo Gandia. So Aldo Gandia, shout out to
all the respect to the Podfather.
On one of his episodes, he basically had mentioned you know how he goes through, and he was just like, you know, this is what I'd done this weekend. I went and I saw this movie, and it was really effing good. And he didn't give too much about it, but he kind of threw it out there, saying it was a really good film. And I do, you know, he's got enough, film cachet. Chops. You know, I mean, I love cachet with respect to that type of stuff, videography, etc., that I would believe it. And then, like, he was just the first person. Then I heard a few other people, including you, Nomad, sort of turn around and say, hey, like, have you seen this? This is dope. But like I say, he is a cinephile. He is. When it comes down to not a pedophile, a cinephile. I had to clean that up. Now, when it comes down to new films, like I say, I kind of like television. It's where our series is, if you will. Like, it's probably a better way to put them. I really appreciate series right now because I feel like it fleshes out a story just a little bit better. You have more time to really develop characters and get to where you're trying to get to. A movie is such a condensed format that I feel like things are kind of rushed in most cases. But in any event, I've just sort of taken a bit of a step back from movies. So new movies, I'm a little bit out. Old movies, I'm in. I've seen them all.
All right. I tell y'all what, man. This movie is the bomb. And I've only seen it once, and I'm surprised that I've only seen it once. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it a time or two more times, but I'm waiting to do it. My girlfriend is off the next 24 hours. Maybe we'll do it then. Maybe we'll start. What's the famous series that I've been trying to tell you? I've been trying to get my girl on again.
The Darius one?
No, Kez. What I tell you, your favorite thing.
What are you talking about?
Series, man. HBO.
What, Game of Thrones?
Game of Thrones.
Oh, damn.
Trying to get her back on that, but
she quit on you again?
No, she's just been refusing to watch it with me. I think I can get her in it now. Again for the second time around, because I don't think we saw everything.
Bro, it's so good, man, that show. There's a new one, speaking of series, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Just started maybe 2 weeks ago. I haven't jumped in and tested it out yet, but I will soon. Me too, Scrolls. I will definitely try to watch A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, man. It sounds like good Game of Thrones-ish.
Right there, True Pilgrim. You know, Game of Thrones ain't nothing compared to as the comment, South Korea is putting out the best content right now, IMO, in his opinion, kids. It feels like that's all he watches. The Train to Busan was a lovely twist on the zombie horror genre, and Train to Busan Part 2. But the international film market, South Korea, Bollywood, India, those kind of films are very entertaining. Kind of the same stories, different stories, twist on stories, but the way they put it together, just from their cultural perspectives, are entertaining.
If I don't have to read subtitles, I'm in.
You will have to read some subtitles.
Fucking hate that.
Well, you know what, man?
But you have to be in a mood. I understand, because not every mood is a subtitle mood.
So I can't do subtitles and eat like a sandwich and shit. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm trying to watch a movie and read subtitles and eat a sandwich, I guarantee you I'm out in 20 minutes.
You can. But you don't want to eat the sandwich and then watch a subtitle movie in case your eyes get heavy. You want to.
There's that too.
Watch.
There's that as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you guys what, man.
No sandwiches.
You're talking about culture and different parts of whatever parts of the globe that think about this that way or this way. We talked about a lot of culture tonight, and it was a good thing. But one of the things I want to say before we get out of here is, I do pay attention to people when they ask me particular things. And when it came to the music part of it, I took it to heart. And I'm only doing this now because we didn't get to the Bears portion of the show because Samuel didn't show up, and not because he didn't want to. He texted me and let me know what the deal was. He's going to be here Sunday to make up for that. And we just had enough content around whether Samuel was here or not to make sure that we had a good show. But one of the things somebody asked me, and I just don't remember, and somebody can remind me in the chat if they know. Somebody asked me, I told people that I could make pretty much any kind of music except classical. I ain't messing with that bullshit.
Challenge.
But, somebody mentioned to me that, can you make Texas slab music? And basically is what somebody asked me. To you kids, I know this is going to sound totally unique to you because you're probably not familiar with Texas slab music. Trip may or may not be, but what Texas slab music is, it's basically slow down, slow way down, and real soulful. Very, very soulful. And that sounds like very general on its face, kids. I get it. But if you don't know anything about Texas slab music, this is kind of going to give you, I don't even know if it's going to hit with you. But Trips, are you familiar with Texas slab music?
Is that like a crunk?
Nah. Nothing like
then no.
All right. I'm going to give you a taste of what Texas slab music sounds like. This is that DJ Screw. You ever heard of DJ Screw?
Okay, so chopped and screwed shit.
Chopped and screwed. There you go.
I've heard the name. I'm not familiar with it.
That's like slab music. What up, Sherry? What up, Aunt Maz? True Pilgrim, who's been here for a minute. But let me give you a taste of what that kind of sounds like. Y'all can judge me after it. you got a taste of it.
All right, not bad at all.
That's probably not even slow as it should be. That should probably be a couple BPMs.
Yeah, that's that's
Better.
like hold music or elevator music, or because I was trying to dance to it. It's not really not like a real beat, and it's like you try to vibe to it, and there's like little sounds here and there, and it's
Let's
like
wait
I
for
don't.
Bun B.
What do you do with it? I mean, is there a
Put Bun B
particular
on it.
vibe or dance or move, or what do you do with it? What's the vibe for the
You
Texas?
Scrolls just told you it's slab riding music. That's what they
Is that
do.
what slab means? Like driving, cruising?
So the next time if you hear that again,
Your
it's
turn.
probably going to be down a couple of notches. Only reason I turned it up is so that you guys could.
So I just came
very, very slow, man.
like sitting, like listening to this, like I'm imagining sitting at a red light, and this is kicking out over the subwoofers and the kicker box in the back, and yeah, I ain't feeling that. Not for that. No, this ain't laying back, chilling, kicking out, cruising out, driving, no scrubs music. This is more of a corporate, sanitized kind of
it's
music.
the soul. It starts off with the soul like this. And then the beat drops in. It starts off with some kind of soul sample. Listen, Trips. It starts off with some kind of soul sample.
Yeah, I heard it.
That keeps people kind of laid back and chill, because a lot of people in Texas, and what they do, not only in Texas but everywhere, they drink a lot of lean and that kind of shit, and they real laid back and chill. And so that kind of sound on top of something hard hip hop, like the beat that came in afterwards, that's what they on.
Nah. Yeah, I'm good.
It's not that bad, man.
Well, all right, you enjoy it. I'm good.
Okay, that's your judgment.
That will get no play in my ride.
Okay, all right, motherfucker. How you think about it, kids?
Well, I'm just waiting for Bun B to jump on it, and then it's okay. If you're just rocking the beat's nice, but
I enjoy it because
Pimp C, throw Pimp C on there. Rest in peace, Pimp C.
Yeah,
rest in peace.
I should have slowed it way down. I think y'all really wouldn't have liked it then.
It's just it doesn't have anything that catches me
because it's different. Like, all right, so this is the best way I can describe this. So East Coast definitely has their sound vibe. There's like a formula that tells you it's an East Coast vibe kind of record, right? Or kind of sound. Same thing with California. California has its own sound, its own vibe, and you know it when you hear it. It's just unique that way. Both of those coasts. Like DC has a sound vibe that is go-go. You got, but those are the most distinct. Those are the most distinct type vibes. You got California, you got New York, and these are the most hip hop vibes there are. Hold on.
Well, no, the vibes I like out of Texas are
man. Please.
Ghetto Boys.
Please. Texas has their own sound too. It's
also Ghetto Boys.
Let me get there, bro. Texas, California, New York has a sound, but when you get down to Texas, it has a very soulful kind of live instrumentation vibe to it. To me, now different parts of the country, like Chicago in particular, doesn't really have a sound that's identified with Chicago and the Illinois area. Florida, it's got its own kind of vibe, the bass sound and all that kind of stuff. It's there. This is why people in Chicago have a unique ear for all those different types of music, because we hear it all. It's not you want to hear it all. I heard Common talk about this in depth. He's in an interview with Pete Rock, talking about some hip hop shit. He's like, that's what makes Chicago producers unique. It's because they hear it all. They're not just, focused on what they hear from this part of the country, that part of the country. What I'm getting at, Trip, is the uniqueness of people who can ascertain what music is supposed to be in this region of the country. In Chicago, we have a totally unique way of looking at it when it comes to production because we listen to it all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just me listening to Texas music, slab music, and giving you my interpretation of it. Whether it's your vibe or not is irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. It's just me giving you what they listen to out in Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that shit sucks to me. But major Texas hip hop artists are Travis Scott, Megan Thee Stallion, Bun B, Big X The Plug, the Mexican OT, don't know them. Maxo Cream, don't know them. Paul Wall, Don Tolliver, Slim Thug, and Kirko Bangs. Like the only one I can
Bangs.
Kirko Bangs. That's your man's kids.
Nah,
Kirko Bangs.
People like Kirko Bangs. People,
Yeah, hey, Fifth Ward, Ghetto Boys. That's my extent of Texas. I'm done.
Well, outside of your view of it, it's very, very popular, bro.
Well, y'all enjoy that because guess what? Britney Spears made $1 billion. I ain't bought none of it.
Hey, that's you. That's you. I think it's a dope ass.
This is true.
When it comes to beats, I think it's dope. I think it's extremely dope. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Charles. House is unique to Chicago. I got something for y'all too. When it comes to that, I just didn't pull it up on the show. Definitely got some shit for that.
Oh,
but that is definitely our sound. But Trips' way of that's his taste. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. But that's just like somebody in Texas hearing house music for the first time and being like,
I mean, you play the percolator down in Houston. What's gonna happen?
Right.
It's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator.
Like, man, what's this punk ass shit?
Percolate.
But I ain't flipping about it. I hear the sounds. I just hear the sounds. I don't care.
But if you listen to like Chicago hip hop, like kids, you not being from Chicago, you've heard like Crucial Conflict. Hey in the middle of the barn. You've heard old school Common Sense.
I didn't like none of that shit.
But old school Common Sense, like Can I Borrow a Dollar and his early albums.
That's a badass.
Like do those do they sound alike to you? Do they have the same kind of sound?
No.
Could you tell they're from the same city?
No.
I didn't like none of the early.
Are you saying yeah?
I didn't like none of the early rap coming out of Chicago. None of it. It wasn't until Common.
Not even Common's first couple albums.
You didn't like Common's first two albums? Like if you didn't like Can I Borrow a Dollar?
I was okay with it, but it didn't hit me.
Bro, that's a badass.
Until Common got a little bit older and matured and really became an MC. He's the MC's MC. That's when I really, really migrated to Common. It's like, oh man,
you're flipping.
I heard it all, Trips. I just didn't. Y'all just different than me.
Those are
I listen to the music.
No.
So when he was getting produced at one point in time, listen, I'm that kid that grew up with the headphones on my ears with guys that were using vinyl. And so I'm looking at records, literal vinyl records with the cover on them and reading the credits on it. And so I grew up listening for the sound. Y'all are listening to, I listen to MCing, but I'm listening to the sound first. I'm listening to who's playing what, talking about early records and shit. I'm listening to old ass records as a child. And so the production part of it, like he was produced by early in his career by No ID. I don't know about if anybody knows who No ID is. He's also from Chicago.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
He passed away?
I didn't know. So. I don't think so, Trip. If he did, I didn't hear about it.
I thought he did.
He might have, but I didn't hear about it. But the thing is, No ID's production is his production. There's another one,
For fuck's sake.
that was doing a lot of production out in California. There's a lot of producers that come out of Chicago, Kanye being the most famous of them.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't think he's dead.
huh?
I
I
don't
don't think he's
dead.
dead either, Trip. We got to get rid. Huh?
Oh, I'm thinking. Wait, I'm. Hold on. Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
No ID produced a lot of Common's early stuff. No ID has since produced a lot of other people's stuff, but Common has moved on from him in production. That's when I started to really, really pay attention to Common. Not
No,
because
he's still alive. He's still alive.
not because he left No ID, but because his production to his vocal sounded a whole lot better. And I don't know if y'all heard the Common and Pete Rock record, but y'all should.
Yeah, it was all right. You know, it was Pete Rock was at that era in his career where he was feeling himself a little too much, but that's a whole different conversation. But yeah, I was confusing No ID with Jay Dilla for some reason, who is not from Chicago, West Coast, and he is passed on. Rest in peace.
Yeah, whole different.
Yeah, whole different sound. You know, whole different. But yeah, like Crucial Conflict. What was Tongue Twister. Akbar, you know, Big Bang Boogie classic album, you know, going back to the hip house with Fast Eddie, and then Tyree Cooper, who went on to produce hip house and more house music around the world. He went to Germany and got huge, you know, off of Chicago house music. But yeah, there's that definite sound, that fast beat, the blends, the different accents and such. But you know, just regionally, you know, the further south that the music went, the more I kind of got lost, you know, in the twang and the local slang and what the hell they was talking about. Because you know, back in the day in the South, you know, you go to Florida and it was 2 Live Crew. You know, they was the hotness back then.
Don't stop, get it.
Here's the thing, Trips. I didn't.
You know what they was talking about.
I didn't like nothing about Chicago rap early. I didn't like nothing about it. I didn't like it. I didn't like Conflict. I didn't like Twister. I still don't really care for Twister.
Like, okay, so
there are a few songs.
All right, so the Twist is like a different thing. Like those three, like those three guys that you're talking about are all really different things. So Crucial Conflict was trying. They didn't pop off the way that like this first Common album is a fucking classic. I don't really give a shit what anybody says. It's a classic.
Talking about Backpack Common.
Whatever
he was one of them backpack kids at that time.
Sure, but like the entire genre was backpack at that time.
Yeah, that's what it was.
You know what I mean? The entire genre was, if it wasn't West Coast, you were rocking a backpack, period. Or you were MC Hammer. You know what I mean? Like, I'll give you I'll give you another out. But that's
nobody MC Hammer, but
ain't nobody trying to be MC Hammer, right? But MC Hammer was trying to he was doing some big things. I'm just saying stuff so I don't get fined. Right.
In any event, you know what? Common got dope when to me when Kanye produced him.
So I'm gonna say Common been dope. Common was dope. I'll say he was a little bit less dope in album number 2, but by album number 3 is also
was that Resurrection?
Classic. Resurrection is straight up classic.
Oh yeah, that's a dope album now.
Straight up, basically Common Bang. He got with Erykah Badu, and that kind of upped his shit to a level that finally it was like, and then he started to fall off, just like Andre 3000. Like the exact same thing happened to both of them. They got with Erykah, became something bigger than they were, and then she left them, and they kind of crumbled, both of these guys. But before her, the first album, Breaker 19, Take It Easy, Sold by the Pound, those are dope ass tracks. Dope tracks. Love this album. It's very slept on, but I was that kid. I was the kid. So again, being in Canada, I would go to the US and I would bring different regional stuff back. And it started because I went to Florida at like 12 and started bringing back Two Live Crew. Yo, when these Canadian kids heard Two Live Crew for the first time, they lost their
hey.
fuck Martinez, Martinez. Like they are losing their minds, bro. This is what I'm telling you. So I bring this back, and these kids are going crazy, and like instant popularity for me. So I was like, oh shit, like you know what I mean? I can't go all the way to Florida to get Two Live Crew, but I can go to New York and I can get cool stuff from New York.
Hey, kids,
so I'm getting stuff from New York, from Chicago, I'm getting Far Side from Souls of Mischief from the East Coast. I was getting
West
stuff
Coast.
from North Carolina that would blow your mind too, like all new school shit at the time that nobody had ever heard of.
Yes, what do you think people in Texas would say when they hear a sound like this?
They just sound like some house.
Yeah, that's house.
This is house music.
Yeah,
house music.
Moving around. See,
I have to be super drunk. You know what I mean? Like me personally, super drunk.
You know, or they call that club music nowadays, don't they?
It's funny. There's like 10 house tracks I can jam to, and one of them is "Follow Me." I have to jam with
Follow Me.
You know what I'm saying? When Follow Me comes on,
yeah. See how quick Trip started moving once he heard that sound. That's Chicago. That's Chicago. That's our sound right there. If you
can stop fighting.
Hold on, God damn it, man.
Come on, kids.
Golly.
Follow.
If there was ever a sound of Chicago, that's it.
All right. That's part of the reason why the hip hop thing didn't take off as quickly as it should have, in my opinion. You got,
well, that's why Fast Eddie Hip House.
Oh, but he's a DJ though. He was dope, Eddie. Right? Eddie,
but he tried to hit the mic with that.
Yeah, the mic thing didn't fly.
Yeah, the crossover.
His DJ skills though were insane, bro.
What up, Dante?
What up, dude?
DJ skills were off the chain. Like there's guys like that. Like there's all sorts of regional stuff. Other stuff like the Philly sound, that freestyle sound that Philly has. It's got less to do with a beat. Has everything.
Do you think the roots sound like Philly?
Yep. Style of rapping, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What's his name?
Cassidy.
Black Thought.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Black. They all do. All the
man. Philly is so that those dopest rappers I ever heard came from Philly.
Bro, they have a very specific style and a very specific sound, and it is dope no matter who's doing it. But probably like the two best, in my opinion, would be Cassidy and Black Thought. Like those two guys at the Philly style. Hard to touch either one of them. I have to say.
It's got to be hardcore when it comes to Philly.
There's a pace to it. But yeah, I like I say, there's different.
Kids, give me a second. I'm gonna show you how hard Philly shit got to sound like.
You got some Philly shit going. Where's Gilly the clown?
Who?
The little dude that got beef with Cam Newton, the mascot for the Eagles.
Oh,
man, Gilly the Kid.
Yeah, that one.
He's not bad either.
He irrelevant, dog.
He's not
well,
bad.
but he came up on the Atlanta sound from Lil Wayne Phil. And them, Birdman and them, right? He wasn't a Philly MC.
Y'all might see me pop into the stream right quick, but I'm just putting in this song.
But he's from Philly. I can see I can hear now that you're saying it, I can hear the Philly.
Yeah, he's from Philly, but he came up on that label that was based in Atlanta.
Okay, so he came up on
So he came up on that Southern
Young Money.
sound,
Yeah,
but he was from Philly. Yeah.
I think he did some ghostwriting for them though.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I heard. I heard he did some.
Because like Atlanta, I got into like Outkast, like the early stuff, Super Cat, that one. And it's like what was Everyday People,
That's Arrested Development.
They weren't they from down there somewhere, Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee. They're from the South.
Tennessee.
The Atlanta stuff, well, the Outkast stuff is second to none. That's some of the best. That's some of the best regional hip hop you could possibly find, and eventually for it to blow up worldwide is crazy. Like when I'm buying a Tribe Called Quest album and an Outkast album at the same time, and going, the Outkast album is way better,
right? Or the Quimini.
There's been a shift in time and space.
But now, if we want to keep going south, that whole sound that Master P created down in New Orleans, that started a mystical in them, selling out his trunk.
So, but that's like a whole different thing. That for me, that's not hip hop. Like mystical is.
Well, that's their version of it.
Nah, I wouldn't even say that. That's marketing. No, I'm not even gonna call that a sound or anything. The Memphis thing. The Memphis thing is a marketing genius, making money. Like if you remember back in the day, you buy a Rap Pages magazine or The Source or Word Up.
5 mics.
There's a Master P full page spread in there somewhere. Every single one of those magazines. Let me tell you, I ain't buying that shit. I can't relate to any of the shit he's talking about, and I don't like the fucking beats. But let me be real. He's had his shit advertised to the nines for 30 years. You know what I mean? Like putting it down.
He's about the marketing, but the sound, not particularly. I'm not talking about his marketing acumen and selling out the trunk. I'm talking about the sound. So all of the artists that he produced had that sound.
I couldn't stand it.
But you know what the sound I'm talking about.
I know that maybe it is its own distinct sound. I couldn't stand it. It didn't work for me. There are artists that I could stand. There are some beats that I really like that came out of that camp. But for the most part, I give the man his respect, because he found a way to galvanize a community to support him. And that's to me, it's got so much more to do with his ability to market and brand, and much less with his ability to rap.
All right. Marketing and branding.
Hold on, man. When you start thinking about Philly hip hop, I don't know what you think of, but when I think of Philly hip hop and the MCs that come out of Philly, they are always gritty to me. You know what I mean? Real gritty street rap kind of guys. Very rarely do you get a guy from Philly that reaches the mainstream and crosses over into pop. I don't know of really too many of any. I think Cassidy is about the closest. Meek Mill, but that shit's garbage.
Meek Mill. No, people love Meek Mill though.
Well, that was bad boy.
This is the shit they like.
From Philly too, like he sounds like he's from Philly, bro. I didn't really realize it. Definitely Freeway, definitely the homie Beans. Fuck, Beans is the shit. There's like I say, there's some grimy bars that come out of Philadelphia, and
Schoolie D was from Philly.
Yeah. Who? Lil Uzi?
No, Schoolie D.
I believe he was from Philly originally. Yeah.
Sheba, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because he was grimy AF.
Yes, he was.
Look
Yes,
at
he was.
Othello. Othello said he can ride with that. That shit's hard.
That was a nice beat. I like that.
Yeah, that's nice.
Hard. That's what they like in Philly. That's hard, grimy.
Yeah, see, I would listen to that next to the Texas slab of ribs music.
I'll take some ribs.
I mean, it's Texas, man. People were saying the same thing about that house joint I just played.
Oh, speaking of regional and marketing, because while you were looking for that, Kez, we were going around the regions. We went through Atlanta with Outkast and them. Then we went down to Master P and them. But speaking of sounds and marketing, to holler at your boy from Oaktown, Too Short.
Oh yeah, he's the same, like, but different. Like Short's always had beats though. You know what I mean? Like that's to me, that's the difference between him and
he's a producer.
He will produce.
So West Coast sounds don't always necessarily sound like Oakland sounds.
Well, no, but it's different. It's different. You got Oakland, you got Southern. Is different. West Coast is so big.
So
I mean, it's just like you go from on the West Coast, literally West Coast. From the north, from the Seattle, you got the whole Posse's on Broadway, Sir Mix-a-Lot sound. Further south, you got the Oakland with the Funk in the Trunk, Too Short sound. Then the further south down you go, you got your Far Side, your Jay Dilla's, your Cypress Hills, your Dr. Dre, NWA, all of them sounds. And so you got all of that going on above the law and everybody else that I didn't mention.
There's the group right there. That's the one that sort of changed the sound. Like if
above the law.
Oh yeah, if you compare like the first two NWA albums to anything that Dr. Dre did with Death Row, there's a huge differential. Like they don't sound the same. I'm just saying they don't really like Express Yourself and fucking What's My Name do not sound even remotely close to each other. But the missing link is those three Above the Law albums. You get to listen to that and you start to hear that P-Funk coming out. That's kind of where it all begins in the West as far as that P-Funk sound is
that gangster.
That gangster
that
shit.
Like Warren G and all them.
Like the NWA was gangster to a degree.
Well, the old school gangster, the laid back kicking.
Yeah, was like mafioso gangster. Shit.
Right.
That they started.
I'll tell you something. Like the East Bay, talking about Oakland, San Fran, and that whole region up there is different than the sound in LA and out in
%.
Now the sound in Oakland and the Bay Area is very bass driven. Boom, 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 boom.
Funk in the trunk.
Yeah, that kind of shit. Down in LA, it gets to more funk, like real funk, like George Clinton type funk, and a whole lot of sampling that's going on down there. And Dr. Dre is the mainstream for that, but a lot of other guys like
the Loonies,
DJ Pooh, you got what's his name, Battle Cat, DJ Battle Cat, other guys like that, DJ Quick. Other guys that put their either they put their imprint on it too. So it's not one thing, but if you talk about West Coast, most people
Quick is the number 2 in that conversation. It's like DJ Quick and ATL. Those albums there really smoothed out the sound for what Dre eventually sort of put on the map. I guess. You know what I mean? Outside of that,
don't you?
You got
the Loonies popping up. You talking about
there's so many more, bro. There's
J.O. is one of the dopest rappers I ever heard in my fucking life.
Shit, the Alcoholics.
Yeah,
that's really where I was gonna go. It's King T and the Licks, man, and Madlib. Like if you take Madlib, who produced a lot of that King T stuff, he produced most of the Licks. That don't sound like West Coast shit, like standard everyday.
Yeah, that's got that East Coast flavor.
It's very East Coast, man. It's like very, very to the degree that Madlib and MF Doom fucking partnered together on an album. You know what I mean? Like these guys and Doom is as East Coast as it could be. But it's that way, you know what I mean? What you consider, what folks consider West Coast is a real interesting thing because
I think also that it obviously came from that, but the whole quote unquote Cypress Hill sound.
That's a different sound too. And I'm gonna have to say again, it leans more east than it does west. It's a lot more noisy. You could even compare it to like almost the evolution of what the Bomb Squad sort of sounded like at the time. You know what I mean? Bomb Squad, Public Enemy production. That's kind of what I'm trying to remember what the DJ's name is over there for those groups.
Hank Shockley?
No, I'm talking about for
Muggs.
Mugs. So those Cypress Hill albums kind of sound more east, but then you go to stuff like Funk Dubious, which he did a lot of production on too. It kind of sounds a little bit more west. Like that one's super east, but there's some tracks on that album. That Funk Dubious album is fucking one of the funniest. It's one of the funniest rap albums out there. The first one, super funny, just jokes. But it kind of sounds a little bit like a real cross between East and West from where it is.
I think the dopest music. I think the best blend of music in my lifetime, and I'm talking about including everything, all the sounds in one freaking album or multiple albums. In my lifetime, that got into one album, it was Outkast. Outkast got it all in. They got the funk, they got the live instruments, they got the drums of the East Coast, they got the real synth sound of the West Coast. They got it all. And so Outkast and the Atlanta region is another region, kind of like Chicago. It's one of those regions where they listen to everything and they're influenced by it all. And what comes out in their music is that kind of influence. Like I've got music right now that I ain't gonna play right now, but this got all that shit in there. All of it. You can hear every genre of music that you like in the track. I've got shit like that, man. But while we're here talking about rap and getting ready to wrap this show up, that's interesting to point out that certain parts of the country, while their production, the producers come out and sound in a certain way, is because they're not influenced heavily by the East Coast. They're not influenced heavily by the West Coast. They're not influenced heavily so much by the South. They include it all in their tracks. We, people in Chicago, people in places like Atlanta and different places like that, we are the best producers. We make the best music because we are not so influenced by this coast or that coast. We listen to it all.
Now, very poignantly said, sorry, Kez, but I didn't want to shit all over Texas because there are some music groups that I like from there. Nemesis, I didn't realize that they were from Dallas, but they were a 1980s hip hop group. And then the Ghetto Boys are formerly mentioned. UGK, the Underground Kings, Bun B, Pimp C.
Halloween fell on a weekend.
Yeah, it did. So the Fifth Ward Boys, that was an offshoot from the Ghetto Boys. The Gorilla Mob, but there was a hip hop group from Houston, and I can't think of their name right now, but it's a very dope group. But they are from Houston, but it doesn't sound like Texas. It sounds East Coast, but I will try and find that before we get out of here. But yeah, enjoyed this conversation about the regions across America and hip hop, and that good talk. But it's fucking with me because I can't remember the name of this group.
That's okay, man. That's okay. The point is, and I think Othello, you just pointed it out. All roads lead to Chicago, and when it comes to music, it all comes through here. And I'm telling you right now, I've listened to everybody. I've you know, I've sat and been patient about whether I want to judge them all. But I'm telling you right now, the best music producers come from
Jesus.
right here. Right here. You want to be dope ass music producer. You want to run into somebody that can produce you. Come find you a music producer in Chicago. Tell you that motherfucker can get it. Telling you. But we
Somebody
got to get ready to
riding.
get out of here, man, because my girlfriend is here. She's off tomorrow trip. And kids, I know we can go on for the next couple of hours talking about hip hop.
Oh,
But we got out of here, bro. We got to go.
Play some H-Town 4.
Be patient. We'll play
Put on
some
some
music.
H-Town.
We'll be patient. We'll be patient. We'll get to some more music, man. But we
No,
got
not for us, for her.
Yeah, I'll do all that, man. Just be short with your clothes so we can get up out of here, man. I'm sorry about the Bears conversation, but we'll make up for that on Sunday. I promise you.
Who goes first?
Trip is up top.
I guess I'll go. It's messing with me because there's a group there. Shout out to them, but they make a couple dope songs that like underground hip hop out of Houston. But yeah, so all of Houston ain't horrible, but that slap music is. So I mean, not all of Houston, but all of Texas ain't horrible, but the slap music is. No matter where that shit's from. Big up to everybody tuning in, whether you are on the Nomad Network, whether you're on Sports Chicago Style, aka at Triple RSCS, or at Cares of Canuck. And a shout out to that MFer, Chef Trips, his channel at Chef Trips at CHEFTRIPS for his his I guess what do you call that, kids? Nomad? What did he make? A pho, a pho, however you pronounce that, a ramen.
Man.
Huh?
It was a pho.
Pho. There we go. So that flavor, big up to him for doing the live demonstration, and a shout out to all of our content creators at Sports Chicago Style, Coach Tripping and Trip himself. Thanks for hanging out with us on some Extra Sauce Wednesday night. As the off season is here, Super Bowl's coming up a week after next, whatever. And wherever you at around the country, hope you are staying warm. As kids, we got that Canadian air down there in Mississippi, kids. In Louisiana, it's snowing, it's frozen. They don't know nothing about that.
Hey, Scrolls, you would think just because Trip made a weird ass soup like that with all them different flavors in it, he would be able to relate to some slab music in Texas, man. But he don't like that.
I don't like that syrup either. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That ain't natural enough for me. But also a request, Nomad, for next week for the Doomsday Prepper. But look at some of the ways to heat, not like make heat in your house or apartment if you don't have power.
2 fucking clay pots. 2 clay pots stuff on top of each other with the
there's different variations of it, but stuff like that, yeah. But I mean, this is something that people may not have planned for, but they can do now. And so look for that next week. Big up to all y'all, and check you Sunday. Look forward to seeing Samuel here to finish his Bears off-season stuff. So kids, on you. What you gonna do?
I'm gonna shut this thing down. So big ups to the chat. You guys kept me laughing for the better part of the night, man. Scrolls. Let me just holler at some of these Kedzians. Sherry Arkin, shout out to you. Bruno Diaz, Jet Builder, Andy Banks was hilarious tonight. Rehad, Rashid, funny guys, man. You guys, Kevzer, you guys are funny, man. I was honestly dying during the better part of this show. For the most part, the early part with the foe. Shout out to Chef Trips, man. He cooked up something crazy, and I guarantee he's in somebody's bathroom right now blowing it sideways. That being said, I think it probably tastes delicious, but I appreciate his lean in on gut health. They say go with your gut, and his guts might be going into somebody's toilet.
His guts be emptied out.
Shout out to my fam at Sports Chicago Style and the Nomad Network, as well as myself, Keza Canuck, at Heads Canuck. Shout out to all you guys for joining us and spending your afternoon, evening, night with us. That being said, we will be back at it on Sunday and likely again on Wednesday. And we'll get back to the Bears conversation because this is probably the first show we've done where we didn't talk about the Chicago Bears, which is fucking crazy.
Going on 5 hours too?
You know what I'm saying? Filled up a whole bunch of content. No Bears, no problem. But shout out to our guy Samo. Give him a little bit of love. Things went a little sideways. And we figured we would hold back on a mock draft until he got back with us. But I will say you can probably count on Keds for some impromptu mocks as we go throughout the season. So keep your eyes peeled on Keds the Canuck. Keep your eyes peeled right here on Nomad Network as well as Sports Chicago Style. We'll do some cool stuff throughout the offseason and get real deep into it. But we still super early. Super Bowl hasn't kicked off yet. And, I'd like to be the one guy to say, fuck both those teams. Peace.
All right. I just want to say thank you to these two guys. Thank you to Samo. Thank you to Bishop. Everybody that contributes to this channel, man. I want to say thank you. And I appreciate you guys. And I know we all appreciate each other. But more importantly, I want to say thank you to everybody that contributes here. You guys appreciate us, but you have no idea how much we appreciate you because without you, who are we? Out here in this space, in this zeitgeist that is the Bears conversation, who are we? And I apologize right now for not being able to produce that for you all and give you all the Bears content that you came here looking for the people that only came here for the Bears content. I apologize for that. But guess what? People are just being human. People have lives, and it was no sense for us to move on with the Bears conversation without what we intended to do. And Samo just texted me and let me know that we're going to make up for that on Sunday. And I know he's going to keep true to that. And we'll do that on Sunday. So I just want you guys to know we appreciate you guys. You think you appreciate us, but we appreciate you more. You think we are your outlet. You are our outlet. We love you guys. And I just want to say this before we get ready to get out of here because it's important. I'm not a political guy, especially when it comes to doing this content. But I want to say this to the people in Minnesota. I want to tell them that their strife, their struggle, and what they stand for is universal, not only to Minnesota. Not only to Minnesota. Just know if you don't see us there, we are with you. All over not only this country, but all over the entire world. We are with you. Minnesota, keep that struggle. We ain't going to forget it. And we're going to match that energy when it's time. I just want to say we love you guys, Minnesota. FFG, shout out to you, my bro. Love y'all, man. And I just want to say this before we get ready to get out of here. Love, peace, and hair grease, Minnesota.